So back to that. Hey guys, welcome back to another live news. In this video, we have to cover a lot. Like we have to go to like New Jersey and just a lot of places, and also we have to watch the like 1 hour stuff. Like I can just pause, then like share and all that. Oh, I have 9 subscribers now. Did I go by one or today or no? I don't know. But yeah. And also, I am planning on adding music in the background. I'm not using this for my TV, but I don't know. And also, I am planning on doing a video in beat 4x4. What the heck? Go pack! I do not want to watch.
I hope it's Your allowance comes from me. Shut it. There are many things to consider in being a leader, like doing every conceivable chore invented by the COP. COP, Council of Parents. What good is doing chores? Your weaknesses are weighted tenfold. What is that supposed to mean? You suck at doing chores, Einstein! Got you there. Like you're any better. Every toy you have, you throw away after 3 minutes of looking at it. Your attention span is worse than the dumbest goldfish out there. What? And you? There's my Oreos. I don't think so. No, they're different mine. You know, the last person to do that woke up dead. How the heck do you wake up dead? Because you're alive when you go to sleep, you idiot. Can you be found lost? No, Dad, you can't be found and lost at the same time. That will be redundant. Hold up, so you're telling me you go to bed dead and wake up alive. You can't go to bed dead, you moron. That would also be redundant. No, it wouldn't, because you can go to bed and not be dead. You can die and not be dead. Like this? Son, your Oreos are right here. Sorry, I'm busy buying shoes. Well, when you're done, come over. I can't find it. Can't find what? I can't find it. There's only soda. What do you mean there's only soda? It means there's only soda. Well, then get out of the soda aisle. All right, Jimmy. There's more soda. What do you mean there's more soda? There's just more soda. Where are you? I'm at soda. What do you mean you're at soda? I mean I'm at soda. What store are you in? I'm at the soda store. That's why there's only soda. You also have baking soda. Why are you shopping for shoes at the soda store? Jimmy! Ryan, are you sleeping? Yeah.
I got my Hello Kitty. Hello Kitty.
Sir, can you please teach us something that's in real life? spiders are the only web developers in the world that enjoy finding bugs. We think people with eyeglasses look smart, when in reality they fail the test to get them. Oh, claustrophobic people are perfectly fine with their brains being trapped inside their skull. Dude, two pregnant women boxing is like two babies having a mech fight. Humans are afraid of being bitten by spiders, even though we have more teeth. And spiders are afraid of being stepped on by humans, even though they have more legs. The movie Cars has sidewalks in it. Why? Platypuses produce both eggs and milk. That makes them a portable source of omelets. Mom said I need to be nicer to you, so that's why I haven't said anything. Hi there, sir. Welcome to Ripoff. Can I help you find anything? Hi, yeah, my friend told me you guys have good deals. I'm looking to buy the new Samsung. Oh, no, sorry, sir. We don't have Samsungs. We have Samsungs. What? Yeah, it's way better. It's more of an in-the-now kind of phone. Okay. Does it use Android? No, even better. Humanoid. A phone that can talk to you about your feelings. Yeah, I don't need that. All right. So, do you know of any good shoe stores nearby? Oh, we have shoes. You do? Do you have any Nike? We have Psych. Like Nike, but not. Well, at least the name is up front with you. Any Adidas? Adidas. Skechers? Tackies. Vans? Wagons. Under Armour? Overshield. Asics? Buttocks. Alright, I'm going home. I'm gonna go watch the Marvel. We got Marvel movies. Oh, really? You got the Avengers? No, we got the Paybackers. An exclusive release into their B team. I'm afraid to ask. Iron Man? Plastic Fella. Spider-Man? Bug Boy. Thor? Storm Boy. Hulk? Big Boy. I will burn this place to the ground. Goodbye. Alright, have a good day, sir. Follow us on Exchangeagram as you follow. Sir, can you help me find the Doctor Strange? Oh, you mean Mr. Weird. I got you. What's going on, guys? I'm Stevie T.
What's going on, guys? I am Stevie T.
And today we are going to be using text-to-speech to test out misheard lyrics in popular songs. We already covered a lot in one of my previous videos, but it was so much fun, and the results were just so messed up that I had to do more. Now, what is it today with people and their freaking teas? Green tea, herbal tea, oolong tea, Stevie tea, and the most bizarre of all, Freddie Mercury's favorite tea. Warm sausage tea. Doesn't that sound quenching? Oh. Yeah, I'm still hearing the original lyrics, monstrosity. I don't know about this one, but we can't be 100% sure until we give it the test.
From this monstrosity.
There you have it, from this monstrosity, not this warm sausage tea. I think you guys are on a little bit of crack, but that's not the only misheard lyric from our Freddy friend. This next one is gonna get PETA straight PO. Chicken yap chat all over the place. Excuse me, why are you kicking my cat all over the place? Chicken yap chat all over the place. Alright, let's give this the test before PETA loses their chicken yap chat all over the place.
Chicken ya chat all over the place.
Chicken ya chat all over the place? That's nothing to be proud of. Chicken ya chat all over the place. And you thought it was kicking your cat all over the place. Makes no sense. Manscaped is the sponsors for today's video, and we both think that you need to trim that thing. Look, man, Bush was popular in the 90s, but no one wants Bush anymore. You don't want Bush. Your girl doesn't want Bush. It's time to disband Bush. Now, Manscaped has created the world's first all-in-one manscaping kit, the Perfect Package 3.0. Oh, yeah! Which includes the Lawnmower 3.0 waterproof body trimmer to help you get rid of the most stubborn of bushes, leaving you with a much more visible Gavin Rossdale. By that, I mean your pee. And with the advanced skin-safe technology, you can be sure that you're not going to nick your Gavin Rossdale. By that, I mean your pee. And the Perfect Package 3.0 also includes the Crop Preserver Ball Deodorant and the Crop Reviver Ball Toning Spray. You're going to have a ball with these, and a nice smelling one at that. Oh, Gavin Rossdale is going to break hearts. Anytime you get 2 free gifts with your Perkins package, the Shed Travel Bag, and of course my favorite part of all, the anti-chafing Manscaped boxer briefs. No chafing, see? They just feel so great around your Gavin Rossdale. They even feature crop cooling technology to keep your Gavin Rossdale dry and cool. And they're super flexible. And when you purchase the Perfect Package 3.0 from Manscaped.com, you can opt into the Peak Hygiene Plan and get a new boxer's replenishment every cycle delivered straight to your door. So follow the link in my description and use my promo code STEVIET to get 20% off your own Perfect Package 3.0 with free international shipping and the 2 free gifts. I don't know what else to tell you, just do it. Your Gavin Ross, your balls will thank you. Now we can't have a misheard lyric without having some Michael Jackson. Oh my god, he did say mustache! My life is a lie. Okay, please hear mustache.
Oh no, my friend's got a man.
That's no good. Sorry to hear your friend's got a man. That friggin' sucks. Oh no, my friend's got a man.
Subscribe to Stevie T so he can
that's
reach
weird.
3 million your pickle sandwich.
Yeah, well, you better do it. You know, sometimes I like to reminisce about the old days. Swimming, camping, wondering what the Macy Gray was saying. Malls. Now, a lot of you are probably too young to remember when Macy Gray released her song I Tried, which just took over the entire
remember
world
that.
in like 1990, whatever the Okay, listen to this and tell me what you think she's saying. What? That sentence right there has divided people for like 20 plus years. I've even known of some people who thought she was going, I blow bubbles when you are not near. You know, maybe it would have been easier to figure out what she was saying if she wasn't singing like this. What an odd thing to try to say goodbye in a joke. Oh, you're leaving already? Okay, I do not recommend singing like Macy Gray. But let's solo her out and give her the test.
Now, what time does when you are not there?
Now, what time does when you are not here? Well, the translator don't know what the either. I'm gonna try to walk away. See what I did there?
I'm going.
Bye. Dude, we got Adele. Wow! I mean, I know the lyrics are supposed to be pavement, but I'm hearing penguins for sure.
I think like that.
Yeah, Adele, I think I think you have a problem, and I think you should stop chasing penguins. Well, test. Should Adele stop chasing penguins?
Just keep chasing pavements.
It got the actual lyrics. How the hell can it be so off on others, but then it gets this one right on? Well, there you have it. Looks like Adele does not have problems chasing penguins. Hey, here's another example of messed up lyrics. This one's going way back.
I like this song.
Damn right. My entire life, I thought he was saying, revved up like a douche. Another
Me too.
How exactly do you wrap up like a douche? No, this song came out in the 70s. Let's use modern day technology to find out what he's actually saying, because this has been so accurate in the past.
Google.
Google? Yeah, I guess that would be a lot more useful than you, just Googling it. But there's another part of the song that makes even less sense. Listen to this. Like, what the f was that? What the hell is an anus curly whirly? I'm Googling it. No, I'm not. No, but here's the
Okay, I
actual...
will go ahead and for you. I forgot how to spell anus curly whirly. Why am I such history now?
Actual lyrics. Like, that doesn't make any more sense than anus curly whirly. Anus curly whirly.
Little early part.
That actually makes more sense than the original lyrics, but that's not, you know, where's my anus curly whirly?
That actually makes more sense than the original lyrics. But
Where is my anus curly whirly?
where is my anus curly whirly?
Oh, good old Ariel Grande. Large nipple. And here's her song, Thank Ooh Next.
Bacon egg.
Okay, that straight up is bacon eggs. There's no way that is thank you next. Listen to that. Large nipple, you have to work on your pronunciation. Then again, she doesn't know how to spell, so I guess we can't expect her to be able to pronunciate. Let's give her the test. Dragon? What? No, it's large nipple.
Thank goodness.
Actually, it does kind of sound like that. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Nope, still hearing bacon eggs. Try again.
Good night.
What? You're just gonna bail on me? Ah! Ah! Selena Gomez. I'm telling you.
I'm farting carrots.
It straight up sounds like she's saying I'm farting carrots, but in like a British accent.
It's I'm farting
What's it?
carrots.
Farting carrots. Okay, okay. Might want to get that checked. Okay.
14 karat or 14 karat.
Oh my god, it got the actual lyrics. Looks like Selena Gomez is not farting carrots. What a shame. I would have loved to see that. Oh no, not Shawn Mendes. Oh my god. Camila Cabello should dock him. What? What? Wow, yeah, that was very clear. Okay. Oh, is that why you want to be with him, Camilla? Because he has the ability to fart on his own knees? I could fart on his knees too. I could fart carrots. But let's find out for sure.
Camila Cabello should marry Stevie T instead.
Yeah, I thought I heard that too. Okay, I made that one up. Now there is something I have been wanting to do for years. Have any of you guys ever heard this little tune? Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire.
Yep.
All I heard there was boo, give me fire, give me dabba dabba da. And there have been countless memes of this song and James Hetfield. Just a little bit of vocal clarity can go a long way. Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire. Like, what was that? Fuel, give me fire, give me double time desire? Like, let's put these memes to rest and see what he's actually saying. Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm kidding. Okay, let's test it for real. Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire.
Give me.
No, I'm pretty sure it's just give me food, give me fire, give me that which I desire. Freaking useless. So disappointing.
Have you guys subscribed yet? If not, I'm gonna kick your ass.
Bam! That's all of them. And if you guys have more suggestions for Miss Her lyrics, leave them in the comments section, and maybe I'll just have to do a part 3. And as always, thank you guys so much for watching.
See you later, Scrubble McGee. Messages and backwards songs. I've done a few of these videos now. In fact, I retired this series like 3 times now. But then some time passes and I just get the itch. And then I apply the cream and it usually goes away. Alright, fun's over. Now we're gonna get dark. Now, in 1990, Judas Priest was taken to court by 2 families who accused Judas Priest of having subliminal messages in their songs that led to their sons actually ending their own lives. I've talked about this in a previous video, but I actually found video of a subliminal expert who actually testified against Judas Priest, and he claimed that the song Stained Glass by Judas Priest contained this subliminal message. Here it is forward. It's only a face. But if you play it backward, you know what? I'll just let our subliminal professional explain it to you.
Now, when you take that line out and play it backwards, you're getting this. Sing my evil spirit.
Sing my evil spirit? That was more like, sing my evil spirit. See my evil speedball?
one way to test whether or not Judas Priest hid this message intentionally or not, and that is with the vocal test. Alright, so this is how the vocal test works. I'm going to sing the backwards message, and record. Sing, my evil spirit! So now, in my recording program, I'm going to reverse that, and now it should sound like the original lyrics. Otherwise, we can't conclude Judas Priest hid this intentionally. Got it? Okay, great. Into the abyss. What? Stanley told me I'm his? Who the hell is Stanley? And who the hell gave this guy his credentials? Subliminal expert? Or like, expert in scrotal geography? I don't know what I mean by that. Now back in the 80s, evangelists lost their frickin' minds, thinking that everything in pop culture was hiding evil messages in them. And they went on TV accusing songs, accusing toys, accusing movies of promoting devil worship, and it was called the Satanic Panic. And no one was safe from the Satanic Panic. Two Southern evangelists even accused Mr. Ed, the show from the 60s about a talking horse, that the theme song was hiding evil subliminal messages. Yes, they literally thought a show about a talking horse was satanic.
Hello, I'm Mr. Ray.
I don't think if a show was aired on like TV, I was like a talking horse, I would watch it every day actually. But most days.
Get away from me, you satanic horse! So here's the theme song for those who don't know it, including myself.
No one can talk to a horse, of course, that is, of course, unless the horse...
Catchy as balls, but evil! Because these evangelists claimed if you listen to that backwards, you get
You
this.
apparently get this.
So let's send the song for Satan.
Okay.
Okay, it sounded like a mumble rapper saying it.
Who did?
Send the song for Satan.
Someone sang a song for Satan. Well, there it is. These evangelists literally thought that's what it was saying. Alright, let's do the vocal test. Someone sang a song for Satan. Okay, reverse
Okay.
it. Yes, most, yes, no most. This is the foster and no most. Yes, most, yes, no most. Unless they're saying, I guess we'll floss, there is no must. Yes, most, yes, no most. Yeah, so I can floss. Fight me, bro. Now, in my very first subliminal message video, my most popular video, by the way, we talked about the most famous subliminal message accused song ever, Stairway to Heaven. But I found this very interesting video of actual TV evangelists accusing the song live on air. And I thought maybe we would just prove how batshit crazy they are today. So this is a Christian talk show from the 80s called The Praise the Lord Show. Literally. And the first part of Stairway to Heaven that they accuse is this part right here. Your stairway lies. That's it, just your stairway lies. But here's what they say is the subliminal message when you play it backwards.
I heard something there. Thanks, I live with somebody in the audience heard that.
I heard it. I heard it. Really? I live with Satan?
I heard something there.
I heard something there. Yeah, if by something you mean, then yes. By the way, you live with Satan? Can that dude even afford rent? What does he do for work? Sin? Just not buying it. Sorry. But it sure is gonna be fun proving you wrong. Let's give it a vocal test. I live with Satan. Reverse it. Alright, your stairway lies. Yes, it will. No? No? Yes, it will. Sounds like someone numbed their entire mouth and said, "What's up with that?" Yes, it will. You know what my favorite part of this whole thing is? They are literally showing this as actual proof in front of a live audience. Isn't that freaking nuts? And we literally just debunked it in like 5 seconds. Alhamdulillah! Oh, but our favorite Christian show didn't stop there. They even accused this part of Stairway to Heaven. The Piper's calling. The Piper's calling. That simple phrase, the Piper's calling, is apparently this in reverse.
See if you hear the Lord turn me off.
I love how they're just like, oh yeah, yeah, oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Well, what else would it say? But wait a minute, the Lord turned me off? The Lord turned me off. The Lord turned me off. What kind of subliminal message is that anyways? The Lord turned me off? That's just weird. Let's give it the vocal test. The Lord turned me off. These are all very short, but very wrong. Reverse. The Piper's calling. There's no other. What? What? There's no other. I'm not getting a single word of that. There's no other. That couldn't be more. That couldn't be more off. These evangelists need to get a hobby. That's all I'm saying. Now, if you're familiar with my videos, then you know how much of a fan I am of Manscaped. They're the only men's below-the-belt grooming brand that I trust to shave my scrotal, and they are the kind sponsors for today's Subliminal Fest. Now, I am honored to be one of the first to try out Manscaped's 4th generation lawnmower, the Lawnmower 4.0. And it's got the build quality and durability that I've come to expect from Manscaped. So you've got your advanced ceramic blades with advanced skin-safe technology, so you can rest assured that you won't accidentally cut your scrotal. It'll give you a nice, safe, smooth shed. And it's got a tri-level LED indicator to show you your battery strength, so that is a nice addition I like. And of course it's waterproof and cordless, so you can shave in the shower and not have to worry about wrecking it or cleaning up. And another nice new upgrade with the Lawnmower 4.0 is the new charging dock. And you get up to 90 minutes on a full charge. A lot of nut trimmage in that time. But one of the coolest features is the travel lock feature. You triple tap the on button 3 times quick, and it enters travel lock mode. So this way, if you're traveling, it won't accidentally turn on in your bag and drain the battery or vibrate, causing an awkward situation. So go to manscaped.com or follow my link in the description and use promo code Steve to get 20% off your own Lawnmower 4.0 with free international shipping. And as always, your scrotal will thank you. All right, we're gonna give the Praise the Lord show one more try. One more try to prove that they're not bad poop salad. Okay, and this one is during the Yes, There Are Two Paths part. Yes, there are two paths. Yes, there are two paths. But if you play it backwards, you obviously get this.
Power and safety, one more time.
Look at them looking at each other like, are we really this crazy? Should we, like, maybe stop doing drugs? Like, you know, power and safety. Like, all of them sound like someone half in the bag with their mouths frozen with a cold. Now, I actually did test this phrase out in my first video, but that one, it was accused that they were saying, whose power is Satan? But these people are saying that it's theirs power in Satan. So I'm thinking it's worth revisiting this one and testing it to see if these guys are right. Alright, vocal test. There's power in Satan. Alright, so I'm thinking we try something different this time. We reverse it. This one's gonna be right. I'm feeling it. They're gonna be right on this one. Yes, there are two paths. Yes, narrow after. No, that wasn't right at all. No. The snare waxer. The snare waxer. The snare waxer. Like, people. Now, the Praise the Lord show wasn't the only TV show making accusations against songs. Here's another TV TV evangelist who is absolutely out of their frickin' minds.
It was Satan's music.
How many evangelists do we have to discredit in one video? Right now, this guy here, he was accusing this part of Stairway to Heaven. Always Stairway to Heaven.
Yes, there are two paths you can go back, but in the long run.
Now, our friend here says that if you play that backwards, you get this.
Did you hear that?
Not really, to be honest. Like the Zep. Wow.
Led Zeppelin is obviously satanic.
Yeah, this man has more nipples than he has brain cells. So 3. I don't even know why we're giving this the time of day, but let's do it. Vocal test. I want to live it backwards like the Zep. Okay. Reverse it. Right, let's see if we get the original lyric. As it goes through, the village, no, well. What the hell was that? What? As it goes through, the village, no, well. It was literally just. Wow! As it goes through, the village, no, well. That's a Gelsner crab building a snow well? As it goes through, the village, no, well. Oh, and this guy is bad shit. Okay, I'm altering this part of the video due to recent events. Recently, my YouTube channel was hacked. Long story short, everything's okay now. I got my channel back, but I did lose a lot of subscribers. So hopefully you consider subscribing to me. I would appreciate it so much more now. And when I do destroy this water bottle at 3 million subscribers, I'm going to take out all my anger on the hackers. It'll be great. Now back to the video. Alright, I'm only going to subject you guys to one more TV evangelist. And our young evangelist, Ron Jeremy, accused the band Jefferson Starship of having a satanic message.
I never watched this show. Jefferson Starship. I never heard of it either.
So this is the Jefferson Starship
So this is the first time we're on this channel too. And probably his too.
song, A Child Is Coming.
Is it possible that if we played this backwards, we would find out who the child is? The son of Satan? Let me play that for you backwards and you tell me who the child is. Listen carefully.
I'm hearing son of Nathan. Yeah, that is straight up Nathan, bro.
The son of Satan?
The son of Satan.
The son of Satan?
Alright, because I like his mustache, I guess we'll give him the vocal test. Son of Satan. Son of Satan. So we'll reverse that, and we should get A Child Is Coming to You. Isvanas. Isvanas. Isvanas? Isvanas. How is that supposed to be A Child Is Coming to You? Well, it turns out the part of the song he said is Son of Satan, this part. That part backwards isn't actually the A Child Is Coming for You. It's actually a completely different part of the song. Yeah, see, the normal song says Get Brighter at that part, not A Child Is Coming to You. So this man already lied, saying that this part of the song was Son of Satan.
This is A Child Is Coming, slowed down and backwards.
It was not. You know, it's funny that the evangelists never tested Christian music, because as it turns out, they were hiding some pretty evil stuff themselves. Here's a song called Glory to the King by Hillsong Worship. How could that be evil? Well, if you play that backwards, you get this. What do you have to say about that, the Praise the Lord show? In fact, of all the subliminal messages, I think this one sounds the most like it. Wow! Isn't that something? song worship. Let's see if you are in fact not exactly who you say you are. Evil. Evil. Alright, reverse and review. Hobie. Hobie. Hobie? Damn it! I was really hoping that was gonna sound like Glory. Hobie. Hobie. Harvey. Hobie. Alright, so I guess, Hillsong worship is not satanic. Damn it. You wanna know something? I had a freaking blast with you guys today. And thank you guys for watching. Give me a subscribe and leave an oh my
Puppy of faith. Boop.
Excuse me. What is he saying here? Okay, you gotta admit, that sounded right off the bat. Here we go. Okay, so a while back, we looked at some cartoons that sound like they're swearing. It's all accidental, they don't do it on purpose, and then people send me more. How could there be this many false in kids shows? Apparently it happens all the freaking time. Listen to that. I mean, even the characters like, you did not just say that. The show is for infants, so you watch your stupid fucking language. This is called the Cuphead Show. It's a Netflix show. Netflix ought to know better. This might not even be a kid's show, actually. Just because it's a cartoon doesn't mean, okay, it's a kid's show. I'm just gonna solo out that word. Pumpkin, maybe? It could be pumpkin. It could be pumpkin. He's not even wearing a pumpkin hat, though. Like, I give up. Can someone please comment below and tell me what the hell he's saying? Because honestly, I don't know what the fuck he's saying. But that ain't nothing. This next accidental swear in a cartoon got on the newspaper. As reported on by The Sun, Upsy Daisy Mom, don't know what that means, stunned after In the Night Garden character appears to shout, "Shut the fuck up," on CBeebies show. And apparently instead of turning off the show, she showed it to her kid again just to take a picture. Oh my god, this show just said here, Vivian, watch it again so I can record. Alright, anyways, let's watch it ourselves. We will be the judge. What the hell kind of drugs were those producers on? What the hell was that? Did you hear it? Something. That was a shut the for sure. And I'm pretty sure it was that little guy. Alright, well, let's think about this realistically. If I were in his position surrounded by a bunch of Walmart brand Muppets with a blimp flying overhead farting at me, I'd probably say shut the fuck up too.
Me too.
For real though, he's probably just making random noises like guys have a better guess at what he's saying, comment it below, because I'm scared. Alright, now this is a show I dealt with before. It apparently happens a lot in this show. Amazing World of Gumball. Check this one out.
Scanning in progress. Search into the internet in 3, 2...
All he said was, what the? He did not follow up with... Really? Come on, guys. Why would you send me this one? That wasn't even bad at all. I'd be more concerned that this cat is photocopying his bare ass to send to this fish. Also, side note...
3, 2...
That was a sick scream. Yeah, that's better than what I can do. What the f? Alright, this next cartoon we have talked about before, Adventure Time. And they're swearing again. I guess so. Gotta tell you, never heard a tree say f you before, but and you know what? It works under the context too, because Buddy here just stabbed his giant tree scrote, and he's exploding. I would probably say the same thing. Maybe he's saying thank you? No, why would he be saying thank you? He's blowing up. Also, this hit. Oh man, just noticed that. Adventure Time. You guys know what the f you're doing? You guys are taking this next generation. And also, why does this never happen in adult shows? I mean, never once has Law and Order SVU been like, and you're like, well, that was accidental. It always happens in kids' cartoons. I don't get it. Indeed. Alright, well, have you guys ever heard of AI? AI will be able to tell us what they're actually saying. And if it gets then we will sue.
Hi.
Hi. No, no. Trees don't say that. Trees say you. Alright, but the ones that give me the most are the shows that are meant for infants. And this next show, Jake and the Neverland Pirates dropped a serious F-bomb the last video, and I laughed and laughed.
Hey, you lucky boy!
Oh! Alright, Jake and the Neverland Pirates, what the fuck's up today?
Here's a crazy life hack everyone needs. Let's say you're writing an important email to your boss, but you don't know where to start. Here's what to do. Open up...
Goodbye, friend. Bucky sail away.
That does kind of sound like an English accent. You sail away.
Bucky sail away.
Who the hell is Bucky? Alright, as I learned from the last video, they were not saying fuck, they were saying buck. Because the ship's name is Bucky. Probably could have picked a name that didn't sound like fuck, but that's okay.
Bucky sail away.
I mean, we gotta get the all I'm getting is Bucky. We need Bucky.
Bucky sail away.
Okay, maybe he does say Bucky. I'm hearing the B now that I listen for it. I definitely am hearing what I want to hear.
Bucky sail away.
Yeah, see, I wanted to hear. What a shame. Alright, this next one is a classic, Scooby-Doo. Let's see what kind of great Scooby-Doo has going on today.
I like it.
Dong Fong?
In fact, Dan Flunk.
I mean, bad thing.
Dong Dong.
I mean, bad
He even corrected himself. He was like, oh, I mean, that was...
Dead animals moving.
Like this video and subscribe to my channel to never be unlucky again in your entire life.
Just a cigarette and it cannot be that bad.
Honey, don't you love me? Honey, know it makes me sad.
It's just a cigarette like you always used to do.
I was different then, I don't need them to be cool.
Dead animals moving.
Animals that ask people for help. This dog asked the man to remove the snake wrapped around his nose. Humans rescued the trapped kitten. The man saved the foal stuck between trees.
Parents' evening in American schools versus British schools. American schools. Hi, Mrs. Johnny. Hi, Mr. Thomas. So your son Johnny is a rock star? Well, not really. How so? Well, he flipped me off the other day and then told me to go shove a stick up my... I think we know who's to blame for this, so we agree. Yeah, you need to be better at your job. Where are you going?
There are only 2 countries in the world that contain letter X. Do you know which countries they are? Number 1.
SUB.
The correct answer is Mexico. Mexico is home to the world's largest pyramid in the world. Number 2.
You're adopted. I'm sorry you had to find out this way, but you're adopted.
I'm adopted!
Yes, but we love you. We both love you very much.
I'm adopted!
Yes.
Ah!
Sorry. No, don't be sad. Please don't cry. We chose you. We chose you separately.
Adopted!
No, it's not a bad thing. You're adopted.
Miss Rabbit has fainted. Miss Rabbit has fainted again. Miss Rabbit has...
Hey, Little Nas X, please come to the stand. Mr. Jiggles, the floor is yours. Thank you, Your Honor. Little Nas X, you've been accused of eating the last of the judge's cookies. Are you admitting to the crime?
Yeah.
Well, that was easy. Case closed. No, not yet. Something's not right. No one would ever admit to a crime that...
Rating my fail from least to most painful. 1/10 just funny. 2/10 minor.
Hi, do you guys have Sprite? Oh yeah, no problem. In the fridge right next to you. Cool, thank you. Just take one of them. It says Sprint. Oh yeah, it's Sprint. It's like Sprite, but faster. Okay, I'm not sure.
Oh, look! There's MySpace!
Hey guys, how you guys doing? Who's this guy?
Is he new? I've never heard of him.
Pumpkin flakes.
The legendary A-10 Warthog arrives in the War Thunder online action game. The sound of a 7-barrel gun. Plus a whole branch of Israel ground vehicles are out in the fresh Wind of Change update. If you are looking for something unique in addition to large-scale...
Guess who found an excuse to do more misheard lyrics? I am now a 3-time junkle, uncle who can gent. I now have a nephew, and I could not be a more proud junkle. But it is my uncle-y duty to sift through Disney movies to see which ones meet the junkle seal of approval. Because Disney has not always been known for being innocent. They have many times been accused of subliminal messages, sometimes not very suitable for children. But it's not always subliminal messages, no. Disney has also been accused of hiding misheard lyrics in their Disney songs. So why don't we start it off with probably the most common misheard lyric in all of Disney's, The Lion King, Circle of Life. Okay, hold on. Okay, I heard the pink pajamas, penguins on the bottom, but it kind of sounded like it was like... Now that part has more misheard lyric options than Dirty Deeds in the Thunder Chief. Dunder Chief. Lots of people have heard pink pajamas, penguins on the bottom. Some people have heard penguin llama, penguin amabaya. Now it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that this song is in a different language. But when we were watching this when we were kids, we were barely aware there were any other languages. So naturally we put this to English. You see, the actual lyrics are just out of curiosity, let's see what this means. Hopefully it doesn't mean something inappropriate Disney. A lion and a leopard. How creative! A lion and a leopard. A lion and a leopard. Okay, I can see why they went with Iguanyama, Penguin. Well, I'll be damned. They literally have pink pajamas with penguins on the bottom. I thought that was oddly specific, but apparently it exists. Pink pajamas, penguin. I'll move on now. Now this next one is from the 1967 classic Jungle Book. And here's this very innocent misheard lyric.
Forget about your worries and your strife.
Is it just me? Or did he literally just go, forget about your worries and your strife?
Worries and your strife.
Your stress? What is that, a short form of stress? Come on, bruh, forget about your stress.
Your strife.
The actual lyrics are, forget about your worries and your strife, but what he's actually saying is forget about your worries and your strife. But there's only one way to see which is correct. The text-to-speech test, where we use science in the form of a speech-to-text program, which we will record the misheard lyric, and it will tell us what they're actually saying.
Forget about your worries and your strife.
Forget about your work.
Alright, I guess I'll take its advice. My work here is done. The sponsors of today's video have helped me in more ways than one. It's NordVPN. Now I decided to have a little fun with Nord the other day. So Nord has over 5,800 servers in more than 60 countries around the world, and I connected to one in Thailand. And I was able to see Disney Plus in Thailand. It was a trip for sure. But I also noticed that Homeward Bound Incredible Journey is not available on Disney Plus in Thailand. So basically, someone in Thailand, all they have to do is connect to a server in, say, Florida, and that tricks the internet into thinking that they are in Florida, and therefore get homeward bound. Life is better now. This works for all kinds of geo-restricted content, but more importantly, NordVPN is a modern-day form of security. NordVPN hides all your personal information so hackers or no one can see it. It's kind of the modern-day equivalency of locking your house door. So follow my link in the description or go to nordvpn.com/terryberry to get a 2-year plan with Nord with a huge discount just because
because you're cool. And you'll also get 1 month free just for being sexy. NordVPN.com/Terryberry. Do it! This next one is from The Little Mermaid. This one's a little more reason.
Pregnant women, sick of swimming.
That was straight up pregnant women.
Pregnant women.
Is this a thing? Pregnant women sick of... I've never seen a pregnant woman swim. Because we all know if a pregnant woman swims, the baby in the belly is underwater and will drown. Science. No, the actual lyrics are bright young women. Let's try this again.
Pregnant women.
That is straight up pregnant women. Bright young woman just makes no sense. Sense? I don't know, that's up for you to decide, but I'm into pregnant women. Let's give it the test to settle this fairly.
Pregnant women, sick of swimming.
British young women, 6 women.
Who is this Brett Young? Brett Young, women, 6 women. Did not need to know that. Alright, this next one is from Cinderella. The song is Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo. Okay. No, definitely didn't hear salad and Gouda chicken kaboola. Kaboola. All I hear is the original, which makes way more sense. Yeah, see, that makes way more sense. I think the writers of Cinderella were on a bit of Salagadoola, Mechakaboola, Bibbidi Bobbidi crack. Salagadoola, Mechakaboola. Oh, let's see what the test thinks it says.
Salad to limited cabula.
What? Salad do limited kaboola? Yeah, I guess it does kind of sound like it, doesn't it? Salad do limited kaboola. Bibbidi bobbidi doo. Now these are all well-documented misheard lyrics. I did not make these up. This next one I saw a lot of, and I cannot wait to hear this one. This one's from the 1953 classic Pizza Pan.
Ain't no Batman movie snake.
Wow! Think of Batman pooping snake. What an image!
Ain't no Batman movie snake. Ain't no Batman movie snake.
That is straight up the lyrics. Oh my god. First Selena Gomez is farting carrots, now Batman is farting snakes. And the other day I shat out a guinea pig. The actual lyrics are, take the path that moonbeams make. I don't know why they pronounce that as Batman pooping snakes, but...
Ain't no Batman movie snake.
Do you know?
Do I know what? Do I know that Batman poops snakes? Yeah, I know now. I didn't know before. I've never seen any Batman movie. That's not true. I saw Batman Forever many times. Come to think of it. Hot entrance. Alright, this next one is from Mulan, and here is the misheard lyric. Okay. Can one man really have that much force? Like the force of a great typhoon? Not just any typhoon, but like great typhoon. I mean, I can tell he's saying with the force of a great typhoon, but it's just so much funner to think that it's typhoon. Let's see what the test thinks it says.
What if you could do SEO smarter and faster?
By
With
closing
Wix,
this
you can
ad.
edit your meta tags.
Great.
Okay, we at least got great in there. Great! Now this next one is from Lilo and Stitch. I've never actually seen this movie, so this one's new to me. There's no place but me. As you wish. Hey, they wanted to see what are the actual lyrics to that. All I can hear is take off your shirt, boy, I wanna see. What song is this called? Hawaiian Roller Coaster Ride. Do Hawaiian Roller Coaster rides blow
off your shirt? There's no place I'd rather be than on my surfboard out at sea. Oh, that's the actual. Oh, that is much less rude. I like how Google itself used the wrong form of then. That's supposed to be THAN. Google, the knower of all. So do Lilo and Stitch want to see us without our shirts on? Well, let's find out.
Do you?
Are you coming on to me? I think my phone wants to see me without my shirt on. Next up, we got Pocahontas. I never actually saw this movie, so this one's new to me as well. Let's see what we got. Sandwiches? I like that, barely even human. Yeah, most sandwiches are barely human. If sandwiches were partially human, we would all be cannibals. Now what they're actually saying here is savages. It's the name of the song. The name of the song is not sandwiches, as much as we want it to be. One of my personal favorite Disney movies as a kid, Beauty and the Beast. I've watched it hundreds of times, probably. This is a misheard lyric that I actually heard when I was younger. Oh, who the hell am I kidding? I still think it says it. I always thought it said that. Like, come on, bruh. Come on, bruh. Get off my lawn! Alright, let's hear it with the actual lyrics, because all I hear there is get off my lawn. Get off my lawn! Even with the actual lyrics, all I'm hearing is get off my lawn! But there's only one way to prove irrefutably that those are the lyrics. You know the test. It's never been wrong.
Night, night.
Oh! Very pleasant of you. Night to you as well. Useless. Well, I'm happy to say that all these movies get my Jungle seal of approval. But next time, we're looking at Disney misheard lyrics that are a little on the offensive side. If you thought these misheard lyrics were something, just wait till next time. This Jungle is not gonna be happy. And be sure to subscribe, you Englandmology Alabama.
And be sure to subscribe, you Englandmology me Alabama.
Our country is only as strong as those willing to protect it. So at GovX, we serve those who serve us by offering the best discounts on premier brands to our nation's heroes, and by donating a portion of every GovX order to nonprofits that support our military and first responders. GovX is more than just your one-stop shopping site. It's a benefit you've earned.
What is it with kids shows? Honestly though, kids shows have this weird, innate, ominous feel to them, and I can't even describe it. Like, have you ever seen the Teletubbies? Like, what kind of cracky McOnion soup you gotta be on to write that show? Or a full episode of Sesame Street? Kids shows are just creepy. But have you ever seen a kids show in reverse? Yeah, that'll be enough to give anyone a serious case of the creepy noodle sandwiches. First show we're looking at here today is Sesame Street. They've been creeping kids out for decades now, myself included. This is why I go to therapy. And we all know the famous Sesame Street theme song, but if you play that backwards, apparently these are the subliminal messages you get. Let me play what?
hiding these satanic messages, but we have a way to test this. First, I'm going to sing the backwards lyrics. Please let me play that. Let me play. He's watching us. Hell, Satan is real. Okay, I think that was pretty good. So now we're going to take the backwards message and reverse it, give a reversal to the reverse. And now we should get the original lyrics. Let's hear it. I did not get a word out of that one. Guys all like, give me Pepsi. I can agree with that. This is absolutely ridiculous. We are not getting the original lyrics at all. Sesame Street may be creepy as hell, but these messages were not intentional. What is it with the classic kids shows? It's no wonder my generation's screwed. I've already covered the Barney theme song in a separate video, but apparently you get hidden messages when you play I Love You by Barney backwards. We all remember this song. I love you. You love me. Alright, I'm getting a lot of mixed messages in there. 1 second Barney's like, I love Jesus, and the next minute he's like, yeah, we smoke, Satan's love, dead real. Like, what? Maybe this is why Barney's extinct. He couldn't decide between Jesus and Satan and smoking. Like, we go from that to we is in our Satan? What does that even mean? I love that line, dead real. Yeah, Barney, man, straight up love, man, dead real. Is that something that Gen Zers say? Alright, so right off the bat, this one is so dumb, so many mixed up messages. I'm sure it's not real, but let's still test it. I'll sing the backwards message, see what we get. Jesus found me, yes, we smoke. We is in our Satan and love him. Share with him, we first shared God's love, dead real. He loved we loved lamb. God, that's dumb. But anyways, we'll reverse that and see if we get the original lyrics. Man was my lead, he was my lead. Higher than mom's not great, sure me my the way, my land is different as he. Come see, say, my Yeah, I kind of hear it. Or maybe I just want to hear it. I mean, I know Lars Ulrich is into, like, weird art and stuff, so maybe his house is ugly. Let's sing it and see what we get. Lars' house is ugly. Help, 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 help. Lars' house is ugly. And we'll give it the reverse kudoka. Alright, let's see if we get the original theme song. He loves his house at home. He loves his house at home. Here goes the Sarsazar. That middle section, though, just sounded like I was getting punched repeatedly in the stomach. I was really hoping that we were gonna get Bill Nye, but Bill Nye is apparently Hill Sauce. Hill Sauce, the Sarsazar. Didn't you love it when you were in science class and the teacher pulled in the TV and was like, "Today, kids, we're gonna watch Il Sauce the Sarsazar." Tell you one thing, though, Lars' house is still ugly. Does anyone remember Caillou? Oh, you know, the little bull-headed little turd. And apparently Caillou, innocent little Caillou, is hiding subliminal messages in his theme song. Alright, let's hear the theme song normally, because I don't know it. Kind of a crappy theme song, kind of a crappy kid, but if you play that backwards, you apparently get this. Oh! You're telling me the Caillou theme song backwards is D's Nuts, Booyah. Oh. That is such a Caillou thing to do. What a little twerp. Booyah. Booyah. It's not booyah, it's booyah. D's Nuts. Booyah. This show sucks. D's Nuts. I mean, it's not that clear, but it's still hilarious. These nuts are not clear. But let's give them the vocal test anyways and see what we get. These nuts, these nuts, these nuts. Booyah, booyah, booyah. I added the last part, but the rest of it should be okay. Alright, we'll give Caillou the little flippity florpin. Let's see what we get. Caillou, Caillou, Caillou. Snazzy, snazzy, snazzy. That's what I do when I'm in the bathtub. I go, ah, snazzy, snazzy, snazzy. Caillou, Caillou, Caillou. Not getting Caillou at all. Caillou, Caillou, Caillou. Unfortunately, this means that Caillou did not hide this message intentionally, but he was definitely dropped on his head as a child. Alright, this next one is a classic Spider-Man. And now, even if you've never heard the Spider-Man theme song, we all know it goes, Spider-Man, Spider-Man, friendly neighborhood spider individual, or something like that. But what ominous messages lie beneath when you play that backwards? Hammer golfs? Hammer golfs. You're telling me Spider-Man backwards is hammer golfs? Who will save us? How about hammer golfs? What the hell is a hammer golf? Sugar really do be any bots. Alright, so we'll take that and give it the flippy doodles. Alright, do we get Spider-Man? Sluggerman, Sluggerman. Hey, we neighbor, the Sluggerman. Sluggerman, he's a note. Now, your name says it was you. No! Who the hell is Sluggerman? Who the hell is Sluggerman? Sluggerman, Sluggerman. No one wants Sluggerman. Sluggerman, Sluggerman. Hey, we neighbor, the Sluggerman. That almost sounded like Friendly Neighborhood, though. Hey, we neighbor, the no, it didn't. No. Friendly Neighborhood. Alright, one last one. Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you. SpongeBob SquarePants. But apparently, this is what you get when you play his theme song backwards. Squidward smokes dope? No, maybe he should. On your boat, you medical heart. Medical heart? That's quite the insult. Oh, screw you, you medical heart. That was oddly clear, though. Wow. I heard it though. I heard it. Oh, we gotta test this. Squidward smokes dope. On your boat, you medical heart. Squidward smokes dope. Show me your pussy, you son of a. Squidward smokes dope. Got a little. Let's see if we get the original SpongeBob theme song. What smokes dope? Super emotion. What smokes dope? What? That was very angry and very incoherent. You suffer emotion. Shape Liberace, you suffer emotion. You suffer emotion. I give up. I cannot get anything out of that. So SpongeBob is not hiding subliminal messages either. And that is the last time I've shaved Liberace. Well, thank you guys so much for joining me. I appreciate your viewership so much. I have so much fun with these, and I hope you guys do too. Hit up the comment section and let me know which one you like best, because I genuinely like to know what you guys think. And as always, remember you guys are appreciated, and I love you guys. You can go now. Bye! It's your old pal Stevie T. And you know what? I've been playing The Sims 4 again. So not long ago, I did a video called 50 YouTubers in a Locked Room, Last One to Die Wins. And it was so much fun to do, so I had to do it again. again. This time, we have 50 iconic rock stars to the ultimate challenge of survival. Now, I decided to narrow it down to rock stars still living, because otherwise it would be impossible to choose 50 if it even was here. So let me introduce you to our rock stars. Steve Vai, Machine Gun Kelly, Kirk Hammett, James Hetfield, and Lars Ulrich of Metallica, Gerard Way of My Chemical Romance, Courtney Love, Joan Jett, Bob Dylan, Stevie Wonder, Travis Barker, Yoko Ono, John Bon Jovi, Fred Durst, Rob Halford of Judas Priest, Chad Kroeger of Nickelback, Jonathan Davis of Korn, Dave Grohl, Rob Zombie, self-proclaimed greatest rock star ever, Kanye West, Sting from The Police, Elton John, Billy Joe Armstrong of Green Day, Iggy Pop, Gene Simmons of Kiss, Ziggy Six and Vince Neil of Motley Crue, Ozzy Osbourne, Axl Rose and Slash of Guns N' Roses, Tina Turner, Marilyn Manson, Brian Johnson and Angus Young of AC/DC, Alice Cooper, Madonna, Robert Plant and Jimmy Page of Led Zeppelin, Matt Heafy of Trivium, Bono from U2, Paul McCartney and Ringo Starr of The Beatles, Corey Taylor of Slipknot, Keith Richards and Mick Jagger of The Rolling Stones, Steven Tyler of Aerosmith, Dave Mustaine of Megadeth, Herman Lee of Dragon Force, and Neil Young of Neil Young. And look, I know he's no longer living, but I had to include Michael Jackson. Just look at him. Quite a sexy bunch of rock stars, if I do say so myself. And without further ado, let's get to our first challenge. Now, nothing says rock and roll like a rock wall. Rock and roll. So this challenge should be no match for our rock stars. All they gotta do is scale the rock wall until you either give up or fall. Last rock star still climbing wins this challenge and an advantage at the final round. And with that, rock stars man the rock wall. Oh, wait, why is it raining? How does weather just turn that quick? I'm not feeling very good about this. These are electronic devices. Oh, yeah, this is not good. Oh, no, okay. This is not good at all. I wanted them to die, but not so soon. Hold on, Herman Lee, you can do that. Oh, no, you can't. Oh, my goodness. Okay, let's try this again. I would like to clarify that I did not plan that at all, but The Sims has a way of, foiling all of your plans. Now, there is a clear age disadvantage for some of our rock stars, but, it's hilarious, so they're at such a disadvantage. Oh, really, Michael Jackson? Pathetic. Barely even participation ribbon worthy. Oh, and Slash falls too, Kirk Hammett? Hold on, Bon Jovi. Why are you bald? Oh, down goes Billy Joe, arm weak. And involved, John Bon Jovi falls aggressively and is not happy about it. Okay, people are dropping like turds in a Taco Bell at this point. Honestly though, guys, how does it make you feel to know that Yoko Ono beat you? Oh. I don't know whether to laugh or call life alert. I cannot believe how many old guys are still in this. Look at Mick Jagger. And Robert Plant back there too?
Oh, yeah.
Madonna, you have no reason to be proud of yourself. Solid 27th place. Look at these old guys, though. They're putting all the young people to shame here. In fact, 4 of our final 5 are elderly. Oh, and Robert Plant bows out, leaving Ringo Starr, Mick Jagger, Ozzy Osbourne, and Gerard Way of Mike. Oh, wait, Gerard Way's out. Oh, and Ringo's out, too. I guess that leaves just Ozzy Osbourne and Mick Jagger. Oh, and Ozzy Osbourne's out. But our winner, Mick Jagger. I can't believe an old person won this. Wow. Quite an embarrassment for the young people, I must say. Like Matt Heafy, you're a black belt in things. Next challenge. You know what? After such a stressful event, I think our rock stars deserve a relaxing break in these deluxe custom saunas. And this challenge is the easiest, most relaxing challenge of all. Plain and simple, last one to leave the sauna wins. Living a life sweating buckets on stages, this challenge should be no sweat, unintended, for our sweaty little rock stars. And look at this. God, I hope that plastic doesn't melt. How are you liking it, Paul Bon Jovi? God, I don't know why he's bald. But anyways, so far none of our rock stars seem to be in any hurry to escape the sweat pits. So you know what, why don't we just crank up the heat a little bit? Oh, what's this? Getting a little warm, are we? Well, the door is right there if you want to give up. And you guys thought this challenge would be easy. I made it sound easy, didn't I? Hot spot indeed, Rob Zombie. Oh, James Hetfield looking a little hot there. Well, you know what, James Hetfield, if you want to leave, the door's right. Okay. But you know what? In retrospect, that might have been a stupid place to build a sushi bar. Sorry, James, looks like you're staying. Well, you know what? If you want out Steven Tyler, you're going to have to push the mannequin, okay? I needed a place to put these things. Stay inside, you must. Well, since these things are all conveniently blocking your way out, I guess I should lay out the real rules of the game. It's quite simple. If you die, you lose. Last one surviving wins this challenge and an advantage at the end. And they're clearly starting to feel the burn now. Uh-oh, James, you ain't looking too hot. Uh-oh, James. Okay, well, okay, everyone relax. Everyone relax. Okay, panicking is definitely the right thing to do here. This is great. Alright, so who do we have left? Jonathan Davis of Korn and Herman Lee of Dragon Force fame. And Jimmy Page, another old guy. You know what? You guys are screwed. Retired people live in saunas. Oh, spoke too soon. Jimmy Page is up. Oh, and so is Jonathan Davis. Davis is down, and so is Jimmy Page. This means that Herman Lee is our win. Herman, you won. Okay, he's dead. Oh, winner's a winner. Herman Lee wins this challenge. Not to worry, though. We'll have our rock stars resuscitated for tomorrow's challenge. And boy, do we have a gorgeous location for this challenge. A tropical paradise of sunshine and floating chickens. Now, I had to break our rock stars up into 2 separate groups because the Sims wouldn't let me spawn 50 jet skis in one location. So here's our first group ready to jet skadoodle. And what the heck? Vince Neil, what the hell are you doing? I did not plan this. Oh, Susie Lou's, everyone on their jet skis, let's get this race going. Better get to your jet ski quick, Vince. Time's running out, I ain't waiting. This challenge is quite simple, really. A simple jet ski race around this quarry and back to where we began. First person to reach the ending platform wins this challenge. 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, and it looks like Jimmy Page taking an early lead. Slash, frickin' maniac. You almost killed Vince. He's so innocent. Anyways, it looks like Jimmy Page is still in the lead with everyone else behind clearly drunk. There does seem to be some confusion here. I meant for you guys to go between the whale floaties. Okay, whatever. Bunch of jet ski dumbasses. And our leader's heading back. Oh, and Ringo Starr fell off his... Okay. Tina Turner, you almost took Ringo's head off. He's an old man. I did not intend for this race to be so disorganized. Oh, and look who decided to join, our resident mermaid. And it looks like Slash has a pretty commanding lead at this point with Madonna and Jimmy Page still in the running. Oh, it's Slash getting caught up in, water? Well, after that, it's any one of these three's race right now. Is it going to be Slash, Jimmy Page, or Madonna? But they're going painfully slow right now. Looks like Steven Tyler just arrived too. They better get their move on if they want to keep their lead. Herman, you might as well just give up. A very slow dash to the finish here, but it looks like Slash is going to win it. And Slash is the winner! With Jimmy Page and Madonna taking second, in which they win nothing. And look at that strut. Wow, Steven Tyler with the strut of champs. Not to worry, Ringo Starr. I'm sure Vince Neil, the mermaid, will be out to save you very soon. Whew. These challenges are making me hungry. Luckily, today's sponsors are here to help me out. It's HelloFresh. And that's exactly what you're going to be saying when you find delicious food at your doorstep. You've got your delicious chef-crafted meals with all the ingredients you need, fresh and pre-portioned. So all you got to do is prepare it. Every meal comes with a recipe to follow, so now you don't even have to figure out meal plans anymore. Stevie T and Mama T whipped up some delicious honey garlic chicken wraps. Well, more like Mama T prepared and Stevie T pretended to know what he was doing. And it was freaking delicious. And I'm the pickiest eater ever, but the meals were freaking delicious. The beef bowls are one of my new favorite foods. Literally, beef bowl. HelloFresh sent me a delicious beef bowl. And I would have never even tried it if it weren't for HelloFresh. HelloFresh has 40 weekly recipes to choose from. And the best part? You can completely skip the grocery store. No more lineups or dealing with grocery cart parents. And you know, with the price of groceries anymore, it's like, give me a reason to leave the house. No, send me food to my house so that I can love it. Go to HelloFresh.com and use my code TerryBerry60 to get 60% off your HelloFresh order with free shipping. No wasted gas money to go to the grocery store, free shipping. HelloFresh.com, code TerryBerry60, 60% off. Do it! Now, lest we forget, we have a second group of jet skadoodlers ready to jet skadoodle. And boy, do I have a surprise for our second group. And this track is quite simple, really. Just follow the outside perimeter of this here lake until you reach this all-important corner where you have to face an obstacle. And you have a choice. You can either drive through these water bristles or go through our first group of racers who have kindly joined us today involuntarily. I mean, who wouldn't like a jet ski to the face? Luckily, we do have Lars the lifeguard in attendance just in case anything goes awry. And once you've chosen your obstacle, it's the final and the first person to reach this winning platform wins. So before we let our rockstar friends drown, we better start this race. 3, 2, 1, go! We've got old Bob Dylan with an early lead. The old people are fantastic at these games, and it looks like Bob Dylan's in the lead, followed by Iggy Pop and Fred Durst. What a collaboration that would be. Oh, and it looks like Stevie Wonder's found his way-ish. What is going on? He's going nowhere, but he's going fast. Our leaders, on the other hand, remain unchanged. It looks like Chad Kroger gave up already. Stevie Wonder, Chad, isn't Chad, thank you. Oh, and it looks like Bob Dylan had like a mini stroke of sorts. Iggy Pop's in the lead now. And Bob Dylan appears to have fallen back into 4th place, just behind Rob Halford. Now our racers are approaching the Choose Your Obstacle, and what is going on here? Okay, Steve Vai appearing to have some kind of seizure, and it would appear that our racers have reached the Choose Your Obstacle. Iggy Pop is going to have to make the first choice. Oh, and Bob Dylan messing up again. I don't know what's up with him. Looks like Iggy Pop is going to choose to go through this gap here. Well, Yoko, Wall. Yeah, we're going to have to fill up that gap quick. There we go. Yeah, now you guys are really going to have to choose, huh? This means Iggy Pop and Fred Durst have a big lead now. I got to tell you, this obstacle was just a commanding success. Oh, Jonathan Davis chooses grass. Joan Jett, on the other hand, choosing to behead Sir Paul McCartney. Good choice. Impressive strategy. You know, I don't know if Stevie Wonder's trying to scare them or if he just can't see them. But here comes the pack trying to chase down our leaders. Oh, and what happened to our leaders? I wasn't even paying attention, but it looks like Rob Halford has surpassed Iggy Pop. Oh, and Stevie Wonder decides to drive through our friends. Good choice. I genuinely don't know whose race this is at this point. No one in any real rush to win, which is crazy because they literally just ran over their friends to save a second. Fred Durst started his swim way too early, and Rob Halford takes it unopposed. Good going. Way to kill your friends. Another great day at the beaches. But wait till you see what we have planned for tomorrow. I think our rock stars look parched, don't you? How about a nice little drink break? So if you've seen my first Sims video, you may recall a challenge quite similar to this one. And it was so popular that I just had to bring it back. In fact, this is the same water from that challenge, and I gotta say, it has not aged well at all. You know how this one goes. First rock star to drink themselves to urination wins. And the toilet is just a quick hop, skip, and a jump to the other side of the map and up a 3-story building. What are you waiting for? Grab a glass of months-old E. coli water. Okay, try not to think expired bacteria water. Try to think more like a green tea. So far, things seem to be going quite well. E. coli water. What are you waiting for? Grab another. You ain't gonna piss yourself. Look, well, okay, you might. Some of our rock stars are already onto their 3rd drinks, and I'm sure their bladders are about ready to lawn sprinkler all over the place. Oh, and here we go. Lars Ulrich asking for the bathroom. Unless he's complaining about Napster again. One can never really tell. None of you guys are begging for the toilet yet? Really? Oh, and there it is. Funny how it hits all of them at the exact same time. Corey Taylor already jogging to try to keep it in. Why not jog towards the toilet? Oh, and he is. There he goes. A couple of them have already peed themselves. But really, guys, you're just going to hand Corey Taylor the win? Come on, guys. Corey Taylor's already in the building. Oh, and he's already made it to the 1st floor. Toddler terrarium. Oh, what's wrong, Corey? You don't like possessed floating babies? Well, looks like he's going to attempt this landmine of babies whilst trying to not pee himself. Meanwhile, we got a couple other slowpokes slowly making their way. Corey's already made it to the next floor, Pussy Palace. Please do watch your step, Corey. There's vomit. Oh, and look who finally got the memo. We've even got the squad coming. Guys might want to hurry up, though. You gave Corey Taylor a solid 2-minute head start. Oh, too little too late. Corey Taylor has just found the toilet. You know what? True metalheads sit to be. Alright, well, you know what? Since you guys finally woke up, I'll let there be one more winner, okay? So get your little butts in gear this challenge. Okay, what's going on here? A toddler managed to escape to the next floor, and you guys can't figure it out? How do I use stairs? You know what? This challenge has become unhinged. And you know what? So has Madonna. She just pissed herself. Gerard Way, the stairs are right there. Oh, Robert Plant Eye in the next floor, though, and here he is. Don't mind the vomit, Robert. Just walk around it. Robert Plant seems to be the only one in contention at this point. No one else is even... Robert, why are you mopping? You had to pee 2 seconds ago. But I believe that's Bon Jovi heading up the stairs. So what will it be, John Bon Jovi? Pee or Wow, just as I was beginning to lose hope, Stevie Wonder comes and steals the throne. What an embarrassing group of rock... What? Really? A room full of toddlers and you're the ones pissing everywhere? You disgusting bunch of deplorable piss-stained rock stars! Look, you're making the babies cry. You rock stars make me... Well, here we are, folks, the grand finale. Now, if you saw my first video, I'm sure you remember the Death House. So much death, so much torment, so much hilarity. Well, the Death House is back with a remodel. All right, all of our previous winners, please report to the Death House. You guys have an advantage at this final challenge. As for the rest of you, please report to the bedroom of the Death House. I'm glad you guys are so willing and eager. Pause! On second thought, delete. This is your home now. Enjoy, don't die. And that's really the only rule to this final challenge. Just don't die. Last person surviving wins. But for this challenge, I'm going to do something a little different. I'm going to turn autonomy on fully. This means that our rock stars can make their own choices and do whatever they want to do. So be free, my little Rocky Balboas. Really? Have you guys learned nothing today? Oh, and I have just one rule. No one touches Richard. Other than that, do whatever you please, my little butt pigeons. I'm just gonna put this right here. Enjoy your new death hut. Oh, Madonna? Madonna, you're gonna regret this. Madonna, okay. You know, if you had looked before you jumped, you would have noticed that the pool has a diving board, but no way out. Moron. You know, I gotta tell you, this whole thing was worth it just to see Marilyn Manson skating. Oh no, Dave Grohl, don't jump! Okay, oh, nice to see someone has brain cells. He looked before he jumped. Madonna. Speaking of brain cells, Neil Young, why are you stopping on garbage? Matt Heafy? No. Okay, Matt Heafy. Oh wait, that's not Matt Heafy. That's Ozzy Osbourne. Where the hell did his hair go? Oh, this is truly sad though. Well, look at that. Bob Dylan giving Neil Young a massage. Well, that's a sight I thought I'd never see, and I didn't need to. Oh, and before I forget, leaving the grounds is strictly prohibited. Not that anyone would want to leave anyways, not with all the fun. Okay, it's starting to rain. Well, you know what? Stay outside long enough, this was bound to happen. But apparently James Hetfield just now noticing that it's raining. What? That is such an Iggy Pop thing to do. Keith Richards, what did I say about touching Richard? Uh-oh. Everyone grab your ankles and stick your butt in the air. Uh-oh, Brian Johnson's worried because he's about to get thunderstruck. I'm so sorry I had to do it. Oh my, and Axl Rose just got struck by lightning. And he's okay. Okay. He's just texting his buddy. He's like, yeah, just got struck by lightning. Cool story. Silly me. And I thought getting struck by lightning was deadly. Iggy Pop, you're trying to mop wet grass in the rain. Oh my god! Alice Cooper just got struck too. Let me guess. Yep, he's fine too. You know what? I think everyone's gonna be okay after all. One day later. Man, the weather around here is nuts! One day it's summer thunderstorms and the next day frosty barfed all over the place. This must be Canada. And where do you think you guys were going? The other side of this fence is just as cool. You know, the sauna is just right there. Why don't we all go... Okay, cancel that. Uh-oh, Yoko's turning blue. Okay, that's not a good sign. Everyone's freaking out, and Iggy Pop over here with no shirt, like, what? It's cold? I guess we should just be happy that he's not making snow angels do. Oh, don't worry, guys. I'm sure it's nice and warm in there. I'm blue. I gotta pee. Alright, at this point, we've got a lot of smurfage going on here. Everyone's turning blue, and they're peeing in the snow, making icicles. Iggy Pop, you are a freak. I'm not cold at all. I just gotta pee. Okay, Neil Young, you have issues. Oh, and look at that. Iggy Pop volunteering to clean the pee-sicle. What is that noise? Oh, Kanye West just went Kanye South. Alright, first one's out. Time to get our winners. Your advantage time is over. Oh, what's wrong, Corey? Okay, things are getting scary silent right now. I don't think that's a good sign. Oh, Courtney Love is now iced up, and the mood is now getting desperate. You can just tell. You can see it on their blue little faces. Oh, at some point, James Hetfield iced up. I just realized there's no way I'm going to catch everyone icing up. There's just no friggin' way. Oh, Slash, please do watch your step. They're getting so worked up. They're running around, slipping everywhere. Oh, Brian Johnson all frozen up. Frozen up. I cannot English. Oh, and Iggy Pop out. I thought he was invincible. Okay, something is going on over there. Oh my god. Oh no, Steven Tyler. A few hours later. Everything happened so fast. They all went down at the same freaking time. Alright, so here's the jammeroo. Corey Taylor, Angus Young, and Rob Halford appear to be freeze-proof. They've been out here for literally hours and they're not even cold. They're just bored. So I decided we should settle this the old-fashioned way. The way you would when you were younger, out on the school grounds, proving yourself in front of all your resuscitated friends. No obstacles, no death, just a running race from here to the finish line to see who truly is the greatest living rock star. Racers ready? On your marks, get set, go! I don't even know who won that, but we're gonna have to go to instant replay for that one. Get on in here. Oh, look at that. Corey Taylor's foot just passing the line before the other two. Amazing job by all, but it would appear that Corey Taylor is the greatest rock star living. Sure, maybe he can't climb, maybe he sucks at jet ski, but I'll tell you what, he sure knows how to take a piss and survive in the harsh cold of winter. Corey Taylor, you are the greatest rock star living. Congratulations. Well, that was a lot of work. But I had a freaking blast making this. I hope you guys enjoyed it too. If you did, why not give me a subscribe? I'd love it. And as always, Paduna!
If you haven't tried Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray, what are you waiting for? It's Dawn's fastest and easiest way to clean every cake dish. You just spray, wipe, and rinse. It cleans 5 times faster to actually break down grease on contact. So spray your dishes clean with Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray. Hey everyone, how's it going? Welcome to Tone Talk with Mark Uzansky and Dave Friedman. Tonight we've got Tim Pierce, the Tim Pierce, on the show tonight. And Tim, how are you? Thanks for joining. Tone Talk with Mark Uzansky and Dave Friedman. Tonight we've got Tim. Who's that? That was me. Okay.
Oh, the echo's gone. Now I can say hello, right?
Now you can say hello. Bye.
Yeah, it's my name is Timothy Stephen Pierce, but I understand there's already a Timothy, so we'll call me Tim tonight. But I really am. I'm another Timothy, so. But I'll be Tim tonight. So yeah, it's great to be here.
You've been Tim as long as I've known you.
Yeah, you're right. So I like Tim better. Well, no, I like Timothy too. Everybody, I like everybody. I like everything.
See, the difference is the other guy, he spells his name with I think it's P-E-A-R.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the other one.
Yeah, so it's different. It's different. So way to do it. But we always have to clarify. So, Timothy, if you're in the chat, we'll say hi. And so, Tim, how you doing?
I'm
Thanks
good. Thanks. I saw one of these, and I really loved it, so I was excited to be here and talk.
Oh, we're excited to have you. Oh, yeah, definitely. It was great to meet you at NAMM.
You too.
You were walking around having fun with Pete?
Oh gosh, yeah, one of the best people I've ever met. And next NAMM, I'm going to go for 3 full days. I'm going to do
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, we have an idea next year. I don't know if we're going to implement it or not, but it might be of interest to you. We were talking about doing a YouTuber sort of video studio in our booth.
I think that's a great idea, and I think we should do it, and I think I should be there a lot.
And if you wanted to go to the Pete's car show from live from them in the booth with, say, an artist or someone that's floating around, you could do that in our little booth.
Well, the thing is, Pete and I talked about that. In fact, we talked about it with you and Rob about a year and a half or 2 years ago. We were standing there in your kitchen, as it were, and we talked about that idea of doing something at NAMM. So if you actually created a space, we would be all over it. It's something we should have done already. So that's great. Please do, and we'll join you. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think we're going to do that. I think it's a good idea for. I haven't worked out all the logistics of it yet, but we will have a room for video. So that's the gist of it for the, like your show or some other YouTube channel that wants to, record
record something live from NAM, although they probably can't broadcast it there. But well, if you do that, we will take as many slots as you'll give us, I would suspect. So. Wow. Okay. Well, we could do that. More than one. We'll have some of our gear floating around in the room so it can be used and stuff. Right. Of course, obviously. Great. No, that's awesome. That's great. Yeah. In fact, I'm just going to book the whole thing right now. You're thinking about it. You're going, wow, yeah, I think I could do that. We could do a lot of shows from NAM. Yeah. We could like do our whole year's worth of content. Yeah, we can give somebody else the 8 a.m., but we'll take the rest of the slots. There you go. So are you recovering from NAM? Who, me? Dave, I know. Oh, Dave. Dave, I know. Yeah, it's tough. That was tough. Well, that was particularly tough after the week after I got home. I got the flu. Oh yeah, it's a bad flu. It's a bad flu, and then I proceeded to give it to my wife and my son, and he's pretty good, but the wife is still fighting it. So yeah, it lingers forever. Is it one in the chest? You get rid of it, but then there's still a little bit in the chest or a little bit in the sinuses. It's just hanging on and you're trying to get it out. It's bad, I know it. Yeah, they're recovered. It's okay, but there's still a little coming up, you know. This is great. I mean, there is nowhere on earth that you would hear this kind of conversation from. We talked about everything. I mean, I thought we talked about everything, but we don't. You guys talk about everything. There's no filter here. Yeah. Well, there's a few. I'd say we try to avoid, politics of all the things that we don't talk about. Yeah, right now. Yeah, we'll stay away from that of all things. But everything else is on the table, I'd say. We'll get in too much trouble if we really feel like tell our views of that. Oh yeah, that just so no religion either. So Tim, you've been doing the no religion too. I sound like John Lennon. There we go. No religion too. Every time I see that from Forrest Gump, that always makes me crack up. You ever see? You must have watched like Forrest Gump over and over on cable. I mean, like me. Now when it's on? Not over and over, no. Oh, like if it's on, I'll just happen to just watch. So whenever they have the Yoko or the John Lennon, he's on like the Dick Cavett show or something. Oh, right. Yeah, it's pretty fun. But we've got a bunch of questions for Tim. But I don't want to dive right into them. But I just want to let you know, Tim. But so you go ahead. Go ahead. You go ahead. All right. So Tim, you have the Tim and Pete show also, right? How long have you guys been doing that? I've been doing it about 2.5 years. He approached me at one point, and I was somewhat skeptical. But he's such a gentleman. He treats everybody so well, especially me, that from the minute we started it. And we just finished number 16. He's putting it out tonight. It's Larry Basillo. And we're going to keep going. I'm going to get Dweezil Zappa next. I talked to him at NAM. Dweezil asked me to give him guitar lessons in 1990. And so I've known him since then. So yeah, Pete and Tim, it's a joy. People love it. It's hard because the editing is kind of arduous and it's hard to get them done. But we're going to try and find a way to get more of them done. So you know how it is. It's harder than it looks to get this stuff out the door. Well, we do a live show, so it's kind of like a little easier. It's a bit easier. Something together with you guys, guitars and amps and stuff. I've loved watching your show. I've loved watching it, with all the different artists and just, you and Pete going back and forth playing. And I love the one with Mateus Satio. Is that Assato? I think it's Assato. Mateus Assato. Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, just great shows. So keep doing them. I've talked to people from all over the world who are appreciative of the level of honesty that we achieve. And it's something that you guys do also, and that people really appreciate that when people are not fronting, when people are just being themselves. We haven't had anybody show up with an ego yet. I'm sure it'll happen eventually, but it hasn't happened yet, so that's nice.
Maybe you should have any band.
I don't know him, but I heard once that he was rehearsing in a Speedo, and so I respect him.
That would be a fun show. That would be interesting, at least.
Yeah.
Well, supposedly he drives around his Ferrari like bare-chested.
Well, I guess then there was that too. That I could picture him in a rehearsal room wearing only a Speedo with a guitar over his shoulder. That would be very impressive.
You know, the funny thing is no matter what you say, it's like, boy, he can back it up, though, can't he, with chops?
Yeah.
I mean, that's for sure. No matter how he is, he can back it up with chops.
Yeah.
Oh, there's no doubt he can play. That's for sure.
Yeah, and then don't you want your rock stars to be like that? I do, I suppose. Anyway.
Yeah, he's still
That's kind of old school.
Yeah.
He is old school. He still pulls up to the guitar center because he lives down here in Florida.
Oh.
And, I mean, I haven't seen him in a while, but the last time that I saw was he pulled up his red Ferrari right up to the front of Guitar Center, but just right up to the very door, like just right there, left it parked there, and just went right in. And you know, of course, everybody's like, oh, you know. And no, it's just, and of course, he's wearing the leather pants, the whole deal. It was, yeah, he still perpetuates it. But have you seen his setup recently though, where he goes live, where he actually has the band off to the side, and it's all the wall of amps.
Oh my, really?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Excellent.
Oh yeah. Great. Yeah. That's the epitome. So that's cool. So Tim, I've done a lot of reading in the past, I don't know, few weeks since we met NAM and everything, and since we were able to get you on the show. And there's so many people that you worked with, and I was just curious maybe if you could just give us kind of a quick rundown of your career and how you got started in the music industry and playing, and kind of a quick overview. It'd be nice to have.
Yeah, I've done it enough times that I can do it super fast. I was born in 1958. My love of music comes from Top 40 radio in the 60s, so it's not the guitar in particular that I love about music. It was songs on the radio in the 60s. Then, of course, in the late 60s, along came Hendrix, Clapton, Johnny Winter, B.B. King, Billy Gibbons, all that whole assortment of people. And so I started playing at 12. Hendrix was definitely, like a lot of people, he was the main influence, but Clapton also. So I got obsessed with it when I was 12, and I played in bands, and then I played in bars before it was legal to play in bars, but that's a familiar story. Then at age 21, I was really, really miserable hanging out in Albuquerque, feeling kind of hopeless about doing anything. And my mom gave me her car, and my parents gave me $2,000, and I drove out to LA and started living here. And when I moved here, it was really wonderful because the music business was huge, and Van Halen had been out for 2 years. Now, I saw Van Halen in LA on a vacation just by chance about 3 years prior to that. I'd love to talk about that at some point. But so Van Halen was huge, the Knack was huge, Stevie Wonder was huge. I mean, the music business was huge, and there was work for musicians at every level. I would get paid rehearsal gigs out of the recycler. Remember the recycler?
Oh yeah, I do.
Yeah. I moved here, and I met one musician who introduced me to another musician, and that musician got me 2 more gigs, so it started to open up like a tree. And I remember there was a point where I had $700 in my bank account, and I was able to keep that $700 in my bank account and start buying beer.
Oh.
And I knew that somehow I was actually supporting myself in LA. Now, that's not doable now. It's too expensive. We're kind of like Manhattan at this point. But I rented a house with Ricky Phillips from the Babies, and which I don't know if anybody remembers that band. He's still a really dear friend of mine. And another dear friend named Jim Turner, and we rented a house for $700 a month in North Hollywood. So my nut was $233.
Excellent.
Okay. Then
fast forward to today, that would be about 1,000.
Yeah.
Split 3.
Right.
No.
That house That house would be $3,500 a month.
Maybe more.
Yeah, more. You're right. Okay, so it's 1980. I moved here. I was able to start working. A lot of stuff happened in 1982. I actually, because of the Babies and my affiliation with Ricky Phillips, I got to do a John Wade record in Manhattan in 1982. I was 23 years old, and Neil Giraldo produced it. So I got to work for Neil Giraldo. He was a great guitar player, and I got to do John Wade's record. And I was in Manhattan, and I met John Bon Jovi, who was living in the apartment above the power station, who his uncle owned and ran, Tony Bon Jovi. And all at once, I did demos with John Bon Jovi, I did John Wade's record, and then I came back to LA and I got the gig with Rick Springfield. Rick, I'd been snuck into the studio and done a couple of overdubs on Rick Springfield's second record. Not his second record. Well, he had the record with Jesse's Girl, and then he was quickly doing another record right after that to back it up. And so he was really big, and the song was really big. And he let go of his band and hired a new band. And because I had done some overdubs on the record, I knew the kind of animal that I was supposed to be. And what that was is I went into the rehearsal with a pair of 100-watt Marshalls that played really loud, simple, aggressive rock. Because in his heart, Ricky is, his stage show is The Who. It's basically just The Who. And maybe other earlier British bands, but it's loud and simple and rock. And I did that, and so I got that gig. So all these three things happened. I played on Bon Jovi. What ended up being his first record and his first single, Runaway. I did this John Wayne record called Ignition that had some really great stuff on it. And then I got Rick's gig. So I was off to Rick.
Neil Giraldo also had played with Rick, right? I thought on the first album. Right?
Well, here's what Neil Giraldo did. When Keith Olsen was recording Jesse's Girl, he put together a band, and it was, I think Myron played drums. No, he played drums. Might have been Myron. Might have been Mike Baird. Anyway, Neil Giraldo was a guitar player on that song, but he was also the bass player, because the bass player never materialized. That day. It was the day he was, and the bass player is a friend of mine, and his name will go unmentioned, but he was partying the night before, and it just he didn't make it. So Neil ended up overdubing the bass.
Whoops.
Yeah.
Day to miss.
Water under the bridge.
Yeah. Wow. So that's super cool. So John Wade, and then Bon Jovi, The Runaway. So tell us about that. So did you do all the guitar parts on that?
I did end up doing all the guitar parts on that particular song. There's some debate about that on the internet, which I have it doesn't mean anything to people can say whatever they want, but I did, Aldo Nova actually, and I tracked the song, but when we did overdubs, I ended up doing all the rhythms and leads sometimes.
Yeah. So Richie wasn't around at that point?
No, the thing is, John was just doing demos with Tony that Tony was paying for in a big studio with, and Roy Vinton played keyboards. It was a great band, from the E Street Band. And when it was time to put together a band, John actually came out here with David Bryan, and I took him to Casa Vega because they were trying to find musicians in LA to be in their band.
Oh, shit.
And I think it was because the guys in his neighborhood, for some reason, he didn't want to grab any of the guys in his neighborhood. But then they went back to New Jersey and he came to his senses. Because I have to tell you, Richie Sambora was an integral, vital, important part of that. His voice and his guitar playing and his image. I mean, it had to be him.
Song?
Well, that's what, the writing,
The rest of the hits that after Runaway,
Yeah, he and Desmond Child and John Bon Jovi wrote all the great songs together.
Yeah, for sure. It'll be cool to see him play with Bon Jovi, I think, at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
I think they're supposed to do it, I'm not sure. Who knows? We'll see what happens.
And now our friends are the guitar players of Bon Jovi.
Yeah, PLS. Yeah. John Shanks. Yep. Yeah, I met John at NAMM as well. I believe he's going to be coming on the show at some point.
Yeah, good.
I think we're going to have him with Steve Lukather on the show.
Oh, that'll be excellent.
John wanted to go on with Steve.
he wants to grill him and ask him questions.
That'll be just excellent.
He's on like a big tour right now.
Yeah, it's going to be a minute, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I talked to John on Sunday morning, and he was on his way to do some gigs, and seemed super happy. John, I'm lucky because John hires me to play guitar when he wants to not play guitar and just sit behind the desk. So I end up doing a lot of sessions with John. I have done over the years. It's nice. I love working for guitar players. I've worked for him. I've worked for Dan Huff. Like you said in the old days, Neil Giraldo. Working for guitar players is a thrill.
Yeah, come on, let's do some good stuff.
Well, and it just kind of puts you, I hate to say this, but you're really on your game, and I don't know, things happen really fast. They usually have a lot of great gear lying around, especially in John's case.
That's true. Did you ever do work with Brendan O'Brien at all?
I did once, and it was kind of late in the game. It was actually a couple of years ago, and really enjoyed it. He's very
fast.
Okay, well, here's the thing. He is a phenomenal guitar player.
Yeah.
I mean,
I had a good drummer.
Well, okay.
You don't know.
I don't doubt it, but yeah. It's like
phenomenal music.
I did a bunch of electric guitars, and we went to play acoustic, and I went out and played the acoustic, and I handed it to him, and he just nailed it. It was amazing. But he's a great electric player too.
He's awesome individual. I really love him. So now you also played on some Michael Jackson stuff, didn't you?
Yeah, the way that worked, I had done Toy Matinee, and Bill Bottrell produced Toy Matinee, which is one of the best records I've ever gotten to do. If anybody gets a chance, check it out.
That was a great record.
Yeah, prog rock, really fun prog rock record with Pat Leonard and Kevin Gilbert. So Bill went straight from that to producing 5 songs for Michael Jackson, one of which was Black or White, and Bill called me to come in and play. And you never know in a situation like that whether you're going to end up on the cutting room floor, as it were. And in fact, you don't know till the record comes out if they kept you apart, because the song morphs into all of these different incarnations over months and months and months. In that era, it took forever to do stuff, and it would literally become a different song 3 times over as they changed it and perfected it. So what happened was he invited me in. My role was to do a heavy metal bridge in the middle of Black or White, and Michael was enamored with Dr. Love by Motley Crue at that point in time, because that was a big hit on the radio. And my job was to do that flavor in the bridge, and I was able to do it pretty quickly and easily. Michael came in, he was very respectful, he was dressed normally, his complexion looked normal, he looked me straight in the eye. It was a really pleasurable thing, but in that situation you're in a cocoon, so you're in a studio that's very safe. And so it's just me and Bill Bottrell and the second engineer, Michael. Everybody's pretty relaxed in a situation like that. There's no, his guard was down. And so I did that part, and then I also had to do another part. I had to replace a guitar on another song that was played by another guitar player that I didn't get credit for. And that's another one of the jobs of the studio musicians, to do stuff that you don't get credit for. So I waited and waited and waited, and luckily I was able to stay on the song and not get erased. And you can hear the part in the bridge. The thing that happened was Slash got credit for playing on the song because on the prior record, Eddie Van Halen did that huge, appearance. And for marketing purposes, they wanted to have another hero guitar player. And the way that worked was Slash did the intro that came out of the Ghetto Blaster in the video. And Slash appeared with them on stage. But the actual guitar part, the main guitar part of the song is Bill Bottrell. Bill, another great guitar player that I got to work for and with. And Bill also ended up doing the rap. He wrote and sang the rap and planned on replacing it, but Michael wouldn't let him. I think I played through a Bogner. There was a Bogner scene there that I played through to get my part down. I think Bill had a Bogner scene there. That's kind of the whole story.
That's cool. Do you remember what you used back in the day on Runaway?
Marshalls. The only thing, back in the 80s, when you did a record, there were only 2 things there were Fenders and Marshalls, really. I mean, boxes, sure. But it seemed like all the records I did, you would bring your Marshalls, the producers would bring their Marshalls, you'd borrow other Marshalls, and you would just find the one that sounded the best and use it. And then if you needed a cleaner sound, you would use a cleaner Marshall. If you needed a dirtier sound, you'd use a dirtier Marshall. So everything we used on Runaway, I used a BC Rich Mockingbird. I do remember that. That was kind of my Les Paul of the era. And I had a Schecter Stratocaster, and so that's, you can hear the Schecter Strat doing some of
the old school Schecter ones from the...
Yeah, it was very heavy, and it had
the pickups with the big pole pieces on it.
Had the brass pick guard.
Yeah.
And then everything, JCM 800s. Absolutely.
Right, and wasn't the Jesse's Girl thing, JCM 800, and I think you told me once, was it a boogie cabinet?
No, what happened was Neil Giraldo put together these custom Marshalls with JCM 800 heads and EDM 12L speakers.
Yes,
and that was his sound.
Yep.
And that sound somehow worked great for us in the 80s. I don't know how that
Marshall 4x12 with EDM 12Ls?
No, it was a 2x12 open back. That was the rig. That was the rig on Jesse's Girl. And
yeah, well, I think it was a boogie cabinet, I think you told me.
No, it wasn't. They were custom cabinets.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Later on the second tour, I did make some boogie cabinets. But the Neil Giraldo Marshalls, I think they were original Marshalls, maybe some sort of limited run.
Well, later, I mean, he had combos. I know that.
Exactly.
He'll have the old combos with EV12Ls. He still uses those to this day.
That's what I'm talking about.
I talked to him endlessly about that a few times. And wasn't it also a Boss Chorus or something on some of that stuff, like the Boss?
I don't remember that.
I thought I remember you telling me that, but I don't know what that was. Maybe I'm not thinking.
The thing is, when I moved here in 1980, the Boss Chorus made its debut, and every guitar player all of a sudden had to buy a second amp and use a Boss Chorus 100% of the time because it was that stereo tech.
Yep.
Just amazing. There were not a lot of effects available back then.
No, not a lot at all. Now, were any of the Marshalls that you had back then modded, or were they all just stock?
I started modding my Marshalls. Never had that much luck with them, but I went to all the guys. I even went to Jose and had him mod a Marshall. Can't think of some of the other guys, but it was hard to get good modded Marshalls. They often sounded really bright and zingy. But yeah, you would try and find Marshalls that were higher gain Marshalls when you could. And there were modifications going on all the time, so yeah, the answer is yes. Yeah.
The Lee Jackson.
That was it. I had Lee Jackson.
Yeah,
exactly.
Lee Jackson and the Jose's and the people those are the two kingpins in LA at the time.
That was fun going to Jose's on Van Nuys Boulevard behind the...
Yeah, on Cedro Street at his house in his back little thing.
Yeah.
One of his guitars hanging on the wall. I went there in 1988, so this was like considerably after probably you went there.
Yeah.
And I had an amp done by him. So at that time when I was a 18-year-old kid here in, wait, we go back that far, don't we, Tim?
When did we actually meet?
That must have been 89 or something.
Yeah, that's how far we go back.
When you started doing your Cartage stuff with Andy Broward.
That's right.
Yeah, so that's how far we go back. So we go back quite a ways.
We do.
That's cool. Wow, that seems like a different lifetime. But
it's actually 3 different lifetimes. It really is. It's like it's just ridiculous how long ago it was. It doesn't seem like that long ago, but.
So basically, your career snowballed, and so then you did the Rick Springfield gig, and then.
Yeah, okay. I can do this quickly.
After the Rick Springfield gig. We'll just take your time.
Yeah, so after Rick Springfield, that was 4 world tours and 5 records. He took time off, and I basically went broke. I started doing publishing demos, which I would go to songwriters' houses, and I would go to publishing company buildings on Sunset Boulevard and stuff, and I would get a fee, a really small fee to finish a song. And I would do 2 or 3 a day, and that's how I made my living for 2 years. The great thing about that was I learned in that 2-year period how to come up with parts and sounds quickly, which I wasn't very good at until that point. I had done some records, and I actually got to work with Kenny Loggins too, who was one of my heroes during that Rich Springfield era. But after that, the publishing demo thing, doing demos for people actually taught me to be a really, a decent provider of sounds and parts and rhythm guitar. I mean, Michael Thompson was already really great at it. Lukather was already really great at it. Huff was already really great at it. But it took me a while to get some of those skills together. So I was actually thankful for that. And then around 1990, when I did Toy Matinee with Pat Leonard, that was the moment when I started getting record dates regularly. And that continued for, it has continued forever. It's different now, only because in the 90s and the early 2000s, you would do records and they would end up on the radio. You would hear this stuff on the radio. And in this particular era, for me, I work with a lot of great people, but it doesn't always, you don't know that it's actually going to end up on the radio. But most of my credits started in 1990. And I got to play with all my heroes, Peter Cetera, Tina Turner, you have to look at the website to see all the who I got to play with. Yeah, but that was even later. That was later, much later. Yeah.
Yeah, but you did Iris, right?
Yeah, and that was my first session with Rob Cavallo, and it was this magical thing that happened.
That was a magical song for them.
What's that?
That was like the modern day reinvention of the Voodoo Dolls. That was that whole that song and everything. That was such a crazy hit song.
Yeah. I got to do that because Dean Parks, they asked him to do it the night before, but he was burned because he'd been on a session all day. And so the second engineer called me. It might have been Rafa Sardina. He had them call me, and they wanted a mandolin, and I said to myself, I am not walking into this rock session with a mandolin, so I actually brought my rig. And I found out later that they were kind of pissed at me for that. But there was no way I was going to walk into that session with a mandolin. And it worked for me because I was able to do the slide solo and have an electric part. And then I worked with Rob Cavallo, that producer, ever since. And he's been the biggest and most loyal record producer of my entire career. So just, that's...
It was a good opportunity in the right place at the right time. And And I like what you did. It's like, I'm gonna do more. I'm bringing this.
Well, I just didn't want to picture myself walking in with this little teeny case.
Yeah.
I'm not that guy. No.
Now Dean would have come in with the mandolin that they asked you to do.
Well, and
he would have done it great.
Yeah. And I'm so happy.
Dean is a fantastic, great guy.
Anything plays anything. Yeah. Getting better all the time too.
Yeah, he's crazy.
Better all the time.
I didn't see him this year at NAMM. Normally I see him at NAMM.
I've seen him recently. I've talked to him recently. He's doing great.
Every so often I do pedalboard work for him and stuff, and I just haven't seen him in a little while.
Yeah, he's doing great. He works a lot. He's happy. He's got a home studio that he loves.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's buying vintage guitars. He bought a Les Paul SG that's amazing from Chicago Exchange.
Maybe I saw that.
Yeah, maybe he did. Yeah,
I think I remember him coming in here with one.
Yeah.
Not that long ago.
God, I see how you guys. I mean, we all know so much. We have so much history. We know so many of the same people that it's just endless.
Yeah, right?
It's just endless.
So, how about some stories? How about some stuff that people don't know you played on?
I don't know. I mean, that's
over the years, like some.
Oh, okay. So
bigger things that people might not know that you played on.
Probably the greatest example of that is Shinedown, and that was with Rob Cavallo. They were at a point in their, I think it was around 2008. They were at a point in their, I may have the year wrong. I mean, I want to think something was 5 years ago, and it was really 10 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. I know. I really know.
But she was shined down. There was a point where the guitar player in the band was having some trouble, and so I came in, and on that record I ended up doing all the guitars, and it was a situation where then on the next record I ended up doing almost all the guitars, and it was a situation where they couldn't really reveal that, and I was really proud of those records. I love the band. I love the guys in the band, and I love Brent singing. He's a phenomenal rock singer. I was really, really proud of. It was The Sound of Madness, and then the record after that might have been called Bully, but that was the single from the record. But I actually got to do. I've never looked like a rock guy really, but I kind of am a rock guy inside, and it was just great to be the guitar player in a rock band at that level with a singer that good.
Right. No, he was a great singer. I did something for one of the guitar players, I think, at some point in time. Some sort of switcher or something. I don't really remember.
They do well out there. They tour constantly. I love them. They're great.
Right. There's got to be a few other ones too. A few other ones over the years that you did through the 90s. Or...
You know, that's going to be a hard thing for me to think of, unless I would have to kind of look at my discography, which I'm kind of not prepared to do.
I've got a little bit in front of me. What did you do with Ozzy Osbourne? Just curious.
Okay, that.
Yeah,
I don't think that's a. I don't honestly don't think that it's either not a real credit, or it's either a mistake, or it's something I did with Bob Marlette. You know Bob Marlette?
Yeah, I do.
I did so much work with Bob Marlette that we could have done an Ozzy song easily. Or I'm wondering if it was for a while Rob Cavallo was doing a lot of movie songs where we would do the song and they would add the I did a Kiss song where I played the guitars on a Kiss song and they added the vocals afterwards. So I guess there are a lot of situations where you do ghost behind artists that I've just forgotten. There was a period where we would, with Rob Cavallo, where they would send us, Atlantic Records would send us song after song by artist after artist, and we would literally re-record the music underneath, and then they would release it. And so, and some of these bands, they have had recognizable names. A lot of them, like, I did a really great single with a band called Uncle Cracker, and they were there. I love those guys. But I'm not really prepared right now with names.
Okay.
I would have had to prepare for this.
No worries.
But we did a lot of ghosting.
Well, the funny thing is I remember talking to, not that long ago, well, actually, maybe it was like 10 years ago for all I know. Not that long ago, could be 10 years. Josh Freeze. He goes, yeah, I'm the most hated drummer ever. I go, what do you mean? Because every drummer hates me because I'm the guy who replaces his parts.
Well, yeah, the drum chair was traditionally where that would happen the most.
And sometimes at night, unbeknownst to the band, late producer calls him and says, come in and fix this, and he plays it. And then sometimes the band member thinks he played it, or they edited it.
Yeah.
So he goes, so I'm hated. and then he goes, and then the producer started threatening the band with calling me.
Oh.
So,
like if you don't get it right, we're gonna call Josh.
Right, we're gonna call Josh.
Yeah.
And Josh is like, really?
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
I mean, he's played probably, on a long discography like you do, like you have, Tim. And,
even more records. I have had the experience of being there with the guitar player that I'm replacing. and it's never easy. You know, you can kind of become friends, but it's just so hard for both parties.
Yeah, it's gotta be
so hard for both parties. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, do you mind if I screw your wife?
It really is like that, yeah. And then, you know, it's sanctioned by everybody in the room.
Yeah.
It's approved by the lead singer and the manager and everybody, but that's, you know, it's wrong.
Yeah. A lot of guys like, no, it's not okay.
Yeah.
That's funny. Hey, one of the questions here is, and I don't know the answer to this, did you do parts, this is from JVin2248. Tim, did you do parts on Bon Jovi's Slippery When Wet?
No, the thing is, the stuff I did with John was before he had his record deal. It was funded by his uncle, and we did like 6 or 8 songs. One of those songs ended up being Runaway, and it's the only song on his first album that wasn't his new band. So I did one song with him on the first record that was his first single, and then everything else since then was his band. So I never... The cool thing was, 10 years later, I was walking down the hall at A&M, which is now Henson, at a studio, and he passed me and said, "Hey, I need you to play a solo on this Christmas song." And so I went in and played on a Christmas song, and I still hear it every Christmas, and it's one of the best solos I've ever done on a record. It's so good. I forget the name of it. There Will Be Christmas or something. I mean, it's really good. It's really good. It's got a really long solo on the band. And I'm still proud of it to this day. That was 10 years later.
I gotta say, you know, the Runaway song that you did on the first record too, the solo on that and stuff. No, it's a very memorable part.
Yeah.
You know, you can hum that in your head to this day, and you know, I'm not like the most massive Bon Jovi fan either, but still to this day, that song in particular stood out as being actually really like that song. That was a great song.
Yeah.
And the part, I can solo right now in my head.
Yeah.
So to me, that means great. You know, that means greatness. You know, it's like when a song. I often say this to people when the classic songs that you grew up with, songs by, you know, whoever, The Who, let's say, or something. You can remember every little part of it. It's not just the vocal hook. You remember the chorus. It's the guitar part, the opening guitar part. You know, the opening keyboard part in Bob O'Reilly. If you hear that, just the first little bit of it, you're like, that's Bob O'Reilly. There's every aspect of that song was a hook. Guitars, keyboard parts, and that made up a fantastic song. I just sometimes don't think songs these days are quite crafted the same way.
Well, they're not. People don't take as much time. People don't bleed for them as much.
Great. That's a great saying. Exactly.
And frankly, they can't afford to sometimes because, you know, people have to move so fast because they have limited budgets and stuff. But it's true. Rock is a great idea. It's like simple, great ideas just chained together, and the simplicity is kind of shocking sometimes. I think of All Right Now and how simple and great that is.
Oh my God, yeah, absolutely. And right now, as you say that, I hear the guitar part.
Yeah, right.
In my head.
Yeah.
And that's the thing you don't always get these days.
No.
Where every part of the song is such an identifiable part. And that, and you know, someone accused me of this before, that I sound old about this.
There's been a few of those.
I don't know if I'm not going to back that. I still think a great song is a great song, and I just don't think there's as much time spent on the song craft as there used to be.
It's true, and the vetting process is not as ruthless, and that makes for a lot of stuff that's almost there. You Yeah, and you know, I kind of think also in society today too. I don't know if we have the attention span, to write those songs. I think you're going to get distracted on your Facebook, on your phone, while you're writing your song.
Yeah.
I mean,
plus there were such great producers back then too that helped shape.
Well, great engineers, great producers, great musicians. It was interesting. Did you see the Quincy Jones? Have you worked with Quincy Jones before?
Never, and I do want to see that thing. I'm curious about it.
Did you see the little interview he did?
No, not yet.
Oh, that was
recently. He apologized just recently for it.
Well, I don't. You know what? Here's my take on that. I think at this point in his life, I think he's like I love that interview because it was kind of a no punches pulled, you know.
There was some part of it loved it, but the Beatles stuff, I think he went a little far.
Well, his idea of music, he has a different aesthetic, so I forgive him that.
Okay,
I mean, he's wrong. He's wrong about that, but it's from his point of view, music is something different than that. So
from his point of view, at the time when they first started, that's how I deemed it. At the time when they first started, they couldn't play their instrument as well as he thought they should.
Or
that doesn't change that they wrote amazing songs, but I think I love the fact that his interview was pretty no holds barred. You know, it's just like I'm this age and I don't give a fuck about what I'm saying now.
I love that.
And I saw another interview he just did with that. I'm gonna say this wrong because I don't really know him. There's a like an R&B artist or something, Khalid or
I think Khalid, K-A-L-H-I-D.
Yeah, something. Yeah. And he did an interview with him where he was sitting down with him on video, and he was talking with Quincy, and they were going back and forth too in this video, and it was for. I forgot what it was for, us or something. I don't remember what it was for, and that was a really cool interview. Also, I mean, this man is royalty, kind of, you know. I mean, you can't deny his success.
His body of work.
His body of work is crazy, and the success. And I mean, they even brought up, you know, in one of the articles, one of the two, they brought up Michael Jackson, and it's like, what do you think about Michael and his change and his thing? He's like, I gave him shit. Basically, he said, I gave him shit for that all the time. I'm paraphrasing. This is like, what are you doing? What the hell? You know, what the fuck are you doing? You know, and
yeah, he was pretty truthful and forthright.
He was pretty truthful and forthright, and man, it was very refreshing to see to me, because I think you know, he lived through several eras of this music industry, and him being kind of the king of it. It was interesting. If you haven't seen some of these, you should watch them.
Yeah, I want to. It's been too busy.
Yeah, read or watch them. I think it was interesting. I'd like to sit down with him. That would be a fun discussion.
Hey, we got a quick question. Matt Harrison wants to know, Mark, do I need to email tonetalk@gmail.com to buy a shirt? Actually, email tonetalkmark, M-A-R-C, @gmail.com, and we've got shirts in stock. All right, so email me. The email address is also on the YouTube website, so just check it out. Email me. We've got shirts. What about Madonna, Tim?
That was a very quick one also. I started working with Pat Leonard right after he produced Like a Virgin. So I missed most of that stuff. And, you know, the work I did with her was just a few sessions, and like most artists, she was very focused and disciplined. She was famous for not letting anybody have lunch because she thought it slowed everybody down. she wanted to work and get out of there. So that I kind of understand that. I just know from his work with her, I mean, he would write these beautiful pieces of music, and she would come in and basically sing 2 takes, and that was it. She was, she did her stuff really, really quickly. And just the combination, he ended up, I think, writing and producing 35 Madonna songs, and it was fun to watch him get paid for that.
Yeah, right.
And fun to be part of his, his musical life. But I came along a little too late to work much on her. Her records, like a Virgin, I think was the last full record he produced, and I met him 1 minute after that, basically. I went to the rap party for that record.
Got it.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool. And Springsteen, that's another name I see.
Yeah, that was amazing. I started working with Roy Bittan a lot. He would bring me into tons of sessions that he was doing down at A&M, like Stevie Nicks and Patti Smythe and all of these great people I got to play on these records. And there was a certain point where it was just that moment when Bruce wanted to get away from the E Street Band. And I was working with Roy a lot, and he ushered me in. And Bruce was incredible. I mean, you go in a situation like that, and you know that you're capable of playing the music. And I did a Don Henley record, and it was the same experience. You know that you can play the E chord that's required, and the A chord, and the B chord, and whatever. But what's incredibly difficult and treacherous is stylistically, those artists are looking for something. It doesn't go, and even Bruce explained it to me when we were working. It can't go a little too much this way or a little too much that way. Maybe it has to be Motown, but you can't recognize it as Motown, and then maybe it has to sort of lean over to Creedence Clearwater, but it can't sound like Creedence. I mean, they're very, very careful about how they surround their art with noises, and guitar noises, and drum noises and stuff. So you don't, like in Springsteen's case, it was a total success. I got to do, a fair amount of work on, I think the record was called Human Touch. But in the case of Don Henley, I was so excited to go in there, because I thought, okay, he's finally found his guitar player, and it's me.
Oh boy.
It was not me.
Yeah.
It was, I barely ended up with one hardly discernible part on one song. And that's nobody's fault. It's just, as these people are bleeding to death for great songs and great music and great records, everybody, we all get wounded and have to go, get our wounds repaired and move on. It's not, but it's all in the service of something great. It really is. Springsteen, a lovely human being. I ended up playing, after that, on his wife's record because of that, and that was a situation where they had his house in Beverly Hills, and they had the house next door. The house next door was the studio, and he and his wife, Patty Scalfa, they would walk through the yard, the connecting gate, and yeah, it was great. They're really, really nice people, wonderful people.
Super cool. And what about Clapton? You mentioned Clapton before as being an influence, and then did you end up working with him?
That's a credit. Okay, so this will lead to another good story. I've played rhythm guitar on 4 Santana records, including the most recent one, I think. And I have never met Carlos Santana. So in the case of that Eric Clapton record, that's what I was mentioning earlier. There was a point where Rob Cavallo was doing movie songs, because the Iris was a movie song. And so it was the soundtrack, they would collect all these songs, and there was big budgets to make songs for movies. I did a lot of that with Trevor Horn, too. And the Clapton song was done without him. I think he may have showed up the day after I finished my part. But that's pretty, like I said, somewhat common. In Santana's case, the records that I worked on were all done down here by producers, and then he gets delivered, the music, he makes comments, he makes changes, and then he overdubs on it. So I did not meet Eric Clapton. I have not met Carlos Santana, but I've done like 30 Santana songs. Rhythm guitar is like crazy.
That's sort of like how Mike Landau has worked a ton with B.B. King on B.B. King records,
right.
and he had played all the rhythm stuff because B.B. doesn't play rhythm,
right.
And on a ton of records, I remember back in the day him going to sessions with him and doing that. So just like no one really knows, but
well, I defend these guys because once you've been making records for a while, and especially if you become that big, you don't really always want to participate in the drudgery of putting parts together. You know, he'd rather be. These are busy people, and they would rather be doing something else most of the time, and then just approving or approving the work that gets delivered to them. And I totally understand that. Totally.
So going back to the Michael Jackson thing. So you said he was there. So what was he to work with?
What's that now?
What was he like to work with?
Well, I think I mentioned I was prepared for.
He's great to work with.
Well, if you watch the movie, This Is It, you can see. I mean, it'll put tears in your eyes how great he was to work with. Yeah. At the same time, he was a very, very ruthless businessman. I have, if you crossed him in business, he would stand up for himself. But in that situation, I was prepared for something very awkward, but it was the opposite of that. So I'm in the studio. I've done my part. They bring Michael in. He gets really excited about my pedal board. And we start on my pedal board, and he starts telling me how much he remarks at how much I, Tim, must love my pedal board and the sounds I get from it. And I say, yeah, it's really, really great. He was dressed like a college kid. He was in jeans and a sweater and a collared shirt, and his complexion looked completely normal. He looked me straight in the eye the whole time. It could not have been easier, nicer, more normal.
I've had a couple people that have worked with him also in the past, and even on the very last thing before he died, on that tour he was going to start to do. And he said that what was amazing about him was he would come in, he doesn't play an instrument, but he could hum every instrument's part musically and vocally show you all the parts that he wanted the song to be.
It's true. It's true.
Every little bit of it, every last little note of how he envisioned it, which was I found very interesting.
The original demos for songs like Billie Jean were him doing every instrument on his vocals. I never heard those demos, but I heard about them. And so it's real. Would that be amazing?
Yeah, someone should bring that out. That would be amazing to hear.
Yeah, I hope
there are demos of like I actually have it where it's just him vocally doing the songs. I have it on my
although he didn't play an instrument, he knew exactly all the instrument parts and what it should be. The composition in his head was there.
And then Quincy Jones. I have a friend, Mike Boddicker, who played on those records, and Quincy Jones and Jerry Hay did all the string arrangements, which is amazing. They're all amazing. Horns too, but were there horns on Michael Jackson records? Maybe it was a string. Anyway, Mike Boddicker said that Quincy would hire 3 arrangers. He would pay, hefty fees to 3 different arrangers, and the 3 arrangers would write all the parts also that they thought were great. So he would take all Michael's parts, and he would take the parts from the brilliant minds of 3 different arrangers, and just pick and choose the elements that he wanted.
Oh yeah,
pretty cool.
Craftsman.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, I have the Off the Wall album, and it's an extended version which has Don't Stop Till You Get Enough, which is the original demo recording.
Oh, cool.
And Working Day and Night. And it has, both of them are a lot of vocals, which just like him doing the drum beat and whatever.
Yeah,
it's pretty the Stelios question. It says Stelios sent me Stelios Calisperides. And I'm not sure where he lives. He lives in London. So he has a lot of questions for you, Tim. So if you don't mind me asking, it's more gear related, and then we'll get back to some of the others.
Yeah.
He wants to know what speaker and mic configuration do you use for recording when you're switching between amps?
I mainly have one speaker cabinet set up, and it's a VHT 4x12. It's customized. The bottom half is closed back, and the top half is open back. And in that cabinet are vintage 30s. I have different microphones in front of the cabinet that I'll use at different times. There's a 57, and there's a Royer 122B, which is their tube version of their 121. It's just got a little more buttery thing to it. It's pretty great. Then I have a Sony C800, which is not the one you see all the time. It's an amp. It's a microphone that they released when they first released their C800G, and it doesn't have the heat sink on it. So it's this black mic, and that sounds really good too. Doug McKean uses that mic, the Cavallo's engineer, and that grew out of Doug McKean recorded American Idiot by Green Day and used C37A Sonys, and the C800 is the modern version of the C37A. Anyway, back to the rig. So it's a VHT cabinet, 412, and then my mic pre these days that I like the best is the BAE 1073. Mark Lohman, you know, I have compared these 1073s to the real ones. They sound identical, except they have more open and better top end. So I'm in love with these mic pre's.
Yeah, it's a great.
So, I didn't think I needed Swiffer until I saw how easily it picked up my hair every time I dried it. It only takes a minute. Look at that. The heavy-duty cloths are extra thick for amazing traffic pack, even for his hair. Wow, you'll love Swiffer or your money back.
Great mic pre, I think. Didn't Avadis have something to do with that mic pre?
Oh, I don't know. But
Avadis was their designer that does most of their stuff, and he had something to do with that.
Yeah, I know who he is. But I didn't even know more about that than.
Yeah.
Now, did I answer the whole question? Was there more to it than that?
VHT, vintage 30s, mic pre, the BAE 1073.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
And various amps.
Yeah. And then he wanted to know if you have a favorite amp and or guitar that you use most for most sessions.
Well, yeah, the amp that I use mostly, and I don't know if this is, it might just be laziness, but it always sounds like the right platform for putting pedals on top of it. It's Frederick's Divided by 13 RSA 23. I know Lyle Workman really likes this amp too. I think it was designed by Frederick and Russ Anderson, and I have used this with so many people in the room that I've sold probably close to 50 of these for Frederick, just from people being in the room with me when I use it. There's nothing, it's very simple, but it kind of sounds like a cross between a Fender and a Vox. And I get a basic sound on it, and then I push it with pedals. And usually here at home I use an MXR micro amp, but it's the updated version that Bob Bradshaw designed. I have it right in front of me. It's the CAE Boost, so it's a very inexpensive version of the micro amp. That is what internet for a second, just came back. Yep, that's what I use when I want to do a power chord. I'm one of those guys at this point who kind of feels like the amp doesn't matter so much, as long as you get a really warm kind of sweet spot distorted sound, and then you just play with it to get all your other sounds, play with the different guitars, the volumes on the guitar, compressor, delays. I mean, of course, you can't, for high gain stuff, you have to go to something different. But I tend to use an amp as a basic platform.
Yeah, but you still have your Marshalls and your
Absolutely.
and your
Naylor.
Taylor Super Driving Nailer, yeah, that was for years.
Yeah.
Depending on what the sound calls for and what you're doing.
And Cliff Jones gets mad at me over at LA Vintage Gear because he wants to sell me a 2-rock, and I would love to own a 2-rock. I would love to own a Benson. I would love to own one of those new parts. But I feel like I have the tones. I mean, I'm a little different. I mean, I used to search for tones to the point of not sleeping, but now I feel like I get the tones I want every time I pick up a guitar, and it's just a different philosophy.
Well, just like I've loaned you the Dirty Shirley amp, and you go, it's great, but I have all these amps, and it's fine. I'm good, and that's okay. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah, that's no problem. And I always sort of said with clients of mine over the years, it's like if you're gonna have 4 or 5 amps, it was so you need your sort of blackface Fendery sort of thing, right?
Yeah.
You need your Vox. You need your Plexi Marshall. And then you need one high gain tank.
Dave, you're absolutely
if
right.
If you had 4 amps, those would be the 4 amps to have. If you could only have 4, you had no other choices. On a desert island, it would be the blackface Fender. And I say of some sort, meaning there's a lot of good ones. Super Reverbs, Vibroluxes. They're very similar, actually. But then your Vox, of course, you need your Vox. And you need the Marshall tone, the Plexi Marshall tone to me. That's the grail kind of thing. And then, higher gain things, you need that kind of texture.
Absolutely.
And, if you could do it with 4 amps, you chose those 4 amps, then you have everything you'd ever need.
Yeah, for a lifetime. You really could. And a lot of guitar players want to keep searching and never want to be satisfied, but at a certain point, if you're going to make music, you have to stop searching and start, just...
I will throw a high watt in as a mentor.
Yeah.
That's kind of a whole different thing to me. Would you agree? You have a high watt.
I would. They distort in a very open and uncompressed way, which is great. And they also take pedal, like a Hiwatt 100 is the best clean platform for fuzz pedals in existence.
Yeah.
So you're right. They're just wide open valve.
Speaking of fuzz pedals, I want to give you a fuzz pedal.
Good. Okay. Great. Cool.
I think you really like our fuzz feed pedal. I think you'll really find that interesting. So come by and get one.
Okay, I will.
I have one here for you. But you used the nailer for years.
Yeah, I was a bit of an audience for years and years. The way it distorts is so smooth. It was really a great way for me to play distorted guitar on records. For lack of a better word, I mean, it's like, I hate using this phrase, but it was a radio-friendly kind of distorted guitar sound. And just really smooth and creamy.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so, I was kind of an oddball in that I relied on it. And then the clean channel was great too. Oddly enough, the clean channel can sound very Fendery. Drive 60. So I was able to use it as my primary amp for a long time in the 90s.
Hey, do you still have my blue box?
I do. I love that amp. I searched for an A+ box, and I would buy them and on eBay, and then it would be a C- box, and then I
never found it.
Buy another one, and then I'd buy 50s from, I bought and bought and bought boxes. That's the only box I ever bought that was A+ and sounds like it's supposed to.
That's good.
Yeah.
If you ever feel like getting rid of that, I would be interested in buying it back.
Well, I will tell you this: if I do, it'll go to you and you only, because that's a rare thing, isn't it? When you can kind of, put your fishing rod into the lake and pull out something,
right? Pull it back out. Yeah.
So what kind of box was it?
Let me just put that out there. If you ever sell that, I want it back.
No, that's true. I think I instinctively would have offered it to you anyway, but it's an AC30 to answer your question. And did you do the top boost model?
No, it was an AC30. I do not think it was original blue. You know, I think it was someone retail exit at some point. But it was a blue AC30 copper top amp that had a added on top boost by Mark Sampson.
Oh, he did it. Oh,
he did the added on top boost on it.
That's why it sounds so good.
So, it was a really good one.
It's a really good one. Still is.
And I fondly remember that amp.
Yeah.
And I kind of kicked myself for selling it to you.
Yeah, we all.
Maybe I'll get it back one day. You never know.
Yeah, you might.
I doubt it. You never know. See, you need to put that in your will now.
No, now you got me thinking. I'll be thinking about it. I'll try and make it happen for you.
Oh no, you don't have to do that. I mean, like if you want the amp, keep the amp, but you can put it in your will.
That is, yeah, okay. I will.
For a small fee.
I also remember a 50-watt Marshall you had that had a replacement output transformer. I don't know if you still have it.
Yeah, that's long gone.
Oh, okay. That was a good amp, though.
Yeah, it was good. I've owned, I don't know, probably 40 or 50 Marshalls in my life.
Yeah.
I really haven't. Marshalls were the holy grail to me.
What have you gravitated towards now? What have you landed on that you're stuck with?
Well, I have 4 Marshalls now. I have 2 Plexi 69s with lay-down transformer.
Oh, great.
And they are great. They're both clean amps. They're both, either one of them they're both very clean. And then I have a pair of JCM 800s that I don't use anymore, and I use one of them for a speaker stand.
That's glad you know what's funny. Huh? You know what's funny about that? That you say that is, you know, when back in 1988 or something, you know, around that time frame, you viewed a JCM 800 as a kind of just like a junky piece of junk, kind of, compared to the older amps.
Right. Exactly.
And it's funny that over the years now that these have become more holy grail amps, but at the time they were known to have a little bit kind of crappy transformers and not the greatest amp in the world.
Well, you're gonna remember the story because I researched. I had to do a Renaissance repurchase of a JCM 800 at one point, and I bought the wrong one. And from 1982,
side by side inputs,
because of cost cutting, they basically robbed the amp of its components for like how long? 4 years, 6 years?
Well, I don't know if they robbed it of the good components. It was just like it was the same circuit. It was just a slightly different take. Little different filtering scheme, a little bit different how they put it together. It was still sort of the same amp, but
it was cost.
But you know what?
Yeah.
Okay, yes, it was cost cutting, but you know what? There are still some gems.
Wow.
In the 2 side by side input ones. I've heard some where I'm just like going, oh, well, okay, that one sounds great.
Yeah. Marshalls were always like that anyway. They was mercurial because they always, like a lot of them didn't sound that great, and then occasionally one would sound amazing, and you go, why is this so different every time?
Right. And you had to go through a bunch of them to find the good one, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I remember when I was on the search for a JCM 800, I think I bought a 2204. It was the vertical inputs.
The right one.
Yeah. And so that was the one that I was told to buy, and so I went looking. I went to 30th Street Music in New York. I don't know if you guys ever heard of it. Great place where they've got vintage gear, and they had a room in the back, and they must have had 3 or 4 of the different JCM 800s, and I just went plugging into each one, and finally landed on the one I was like, okay, yeah, this one sounds the best one to me, and I bought that one. I ended up selling it, don't have it anymore, but I, you know, they were vastly different when I remember. So, well, that's cool. All right.
Well, it's just like guitars. I mean, there's some guitars that you pick it up and you're just like, oh yeah, that's the one. It's true. You know, I have that problem. I said I didn't show Mark, but I showed Tim earlier before we were on camera, right? So I have a new guitar of mine. So it's a new Friedman guitar. I know it's hard to see on this damn camera, but it's funny. I'm not really into Sunburst that much personally, but this particular guitar just spoke to me, and I was like, yeah, I'm taking that home. Well, you know, one of our new guitars, it was one of our new guitars that came in, and unfortunately, or fortunately, I get to see all of them before they go out. And man, seeing all of them before they go out, that's fun. Because you're like, oh, that one's really cool. And then I literally was doing a photo shoot yesterday for some products that we had, and I'm going to put a guitar just propped in the photo shoot. So I go to our guitar manager and I go, okay, look, give me one of those Sunburst ones that we just came in. Because there was like 3 of them that we had that came in. And so we open up the first one. I'm like, no, not that one. I look at another one, and I'm like, oh yeah, that one looks cool. The Sunburst just was a little different, you know. Yeah. And he gave it to me, and I go, oh, you might not get this back. and then we put in the photo shoot, and I was, while the photographer was shooting the gear, I'm sitting there playing the guitar, and I'm like going, okay, that's mine. And that's happened with all the ones I own personally. I own 3 of my own guitars now. Only 3. I don't. Not crazy.
That's pretty good.
Well, it soon will be 4. I have to own 1 of every model. I mean, it's different for you because that's something that you're making, but it's in a way it's the same because if you find a guitar that you feel that way about it, you have 2 choices. You buy it or you lose it forever. Yes, exactly. And you have to say to yourself, do I want to lose this forever? Because that's what's going to happen. Yeah. You will never repeat this. Tim, I should have you down to the factory and you should go through all the guitars. Find one that I can't live without. Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure there'll be a magical one that you'll be like, oh. The one you have in your hand, I love Sunburst and I love distressed relic guitars, so I know you're not going to sell that one. People get crazy about the distressed relic thing, and here's how I feel about that. I feel, 1, you don't have to worry about the guitar anymore. I like that. I do too. 2, what I like about it, and people will argue this to no end, is that I have found over the years that less finish, the more stuff off the guitar, the better it sounds. That's a good point. I never really thought of it that way. And even on guitars I've owned over the years, and I said this in a video, and people were giving me shit for it. Over the years, even taking finishes off the back of a neck, I don't really like a sticky finish. You know, I would rather have it be satin and nice and smooth, you know, on the back of the neck. And taking a finish off the back of a neck changes the tone of the guitar. And people are like, bullshit. Okay, it's hard to prove, but I just really believe that, you know, just like I have found over the years that the kind of finishes you use on guitars, even cabinets, makes a difference. Like, absolutely, guitar cabinet that has no Tolex on it, it sounds different than
it's going to resonate
cabinet with Tolex on it. Think about it. Just put glue and vinyl on top of a resonating a speaker cabinet. Yeah. What's going to happen? Well, it's going to sound different than a wood resonating cabinet.
And that's kind of the beauty of it. That's why everything turns out a little bit different. And
Well, you had years ago. You had Tom Anderson. Like
I still have those
You
guitars.
still have that guitar, right?
Yeah. And the thing is, they sounded great, but at that time, aesthetically, everybody was buying the fancy, wood finishes, and I just didn't want to go that direction. But it's true. The lighter the finish. I never really thought about that though. One of the advantages of having a relic guitar is it's going to have less finish on it. It's going to have some open spots.
Yeah.
That'll help. Yeah.
And also, to me, it feels very worn in. It feels like it's been played for a long time. And okay, some people will say, well, you should just play it for the whole and wear it in. But
It'll take you 10 years, maybe.
hey, if you want it to feel that way right away, what? You're not going to wait 10 years for this, right?
Yeah, no, I loved relic instruments. I love them. I don't think twice
never
about
have
it.
to worry about them.
Ever.
You could set it on down on top of anything, amp on top of an amp or something, and walk away, and you don't have to worry. And I'm going to scratch it. Well, no.
I heard Tom Anderson.
For everyone out there, we do make instruments that are not aged. So if you prefer it to be perfect, we can do that.
Good. I need to see all your guitars. It's been a while. I saw them at NAMM, just for a second, but I want to come see.
If you want to come down to the factory one day,
I do.
That would be fun. If you want to see
Pete and I can come down or something.
Sure. Yeah, that'd be fine.
Yeah.
You can sit there and look at all the guitars if you want with it.
Yeah.
Can't beat that.
I'd like your input on some of it if you want.
Absolutely. I have very specific ideas at this point.
That's fine.
And the thing is, I could be talking more right now, but I want to hang back and let you guys ask
I'm
me
sure there's
stuff.
some questions now, so we've probably
whatever you.
We've ignored everyone for an hour and a half, and
Let me get to one more question that Stelios had. Wanted to know about you using modelers, and for recording or for live, do you happen to use them? What do you use, and what are your thoughts about them?
I like the technology, and I've experimented with it. I use real amps 100% of the time. The Kemper, I take this Kemper on sessions now when I go work for like a television composer, because it sounds so good. I can just plug it in direct, and they just love the fact that we don't have to set up anything. And then I use my pedal board for sounds. I'll set it to one of my favorite Fendery, just slightly distorted sounds, and I'll use pedals for it. I can still hear the inherent issues with the top end, and I can still hear the artificial nature of it. I did a Josh Groban record a few years ago, and I had just bought the Axe Effects, and I used it for everything. It was Cavallo again producing it, and he finally said, "Okay, you got to get rid of that thing." And I had used it for a couple of weeks and done a ton of recording with it that all sounded great. But Cavallo's a great guitar player too, and he's an amp purist. He owns 30 or 40 amps and 100 guitars. Very opinionated about gear. And he said, I just don't hear the air in it. See, I love all of these devices, but they're a different animal. And when I'm at home, none of these devices equal the sound of a real amp. None of them do. And it particularly has to do with this thing that happens in the top end that's kind of pixelated and granulated and not sweet. The thing that works with these amps is, and so we get into a cultural, sociological thing, the way people hear music now, starting with the MP3 and even worse on YouTube, one of my theories about why rock is not popular is that distorted guitars suffer the most when you downgrade the bit rate and you have music that is delivered to the consumer at a reduced rate of fidelity. So on YouTube, where most people listen to music, a distorted guitar doesn't sound as good as it does on my Pro Tools rig or on a vinyl record. Distorted guitar in particular gets mangled as it gets reduced in quality as it goes to the end user and the consumer. So I've had like a guy like Matt Serletic, who's a really great producer. We've had talks about this. The reason the Kemper sounds modern in people's minds is because it sounds artificial, because that's what people are used to hearing on YouTube, and it's not a desirable thing. The top end is just, what's the word? It sounds like Kleenex or grainy. Thank you.
Grainy. There you go.
Grainy. Thank you. Like
Digital or green.
And I'm also very aware of the fact that if you are a person making amplifiers at great expense and selling them for a small profit, why should they put Friedman? Why should they be allowed to put your name in there?
Well,
and you know, it's a fine line. You know, it's
the only company that can is UA, because they have official licensed Friedman profiles, which do sound great, and that we worked with Brainworks on, and I don't know if have you ever tried any of those? You have
UA is but they're about to send me the OX system, but I tried. Harris Bernard sent me the previous thing, and I honestly couldn't even get it past the starting gate because of the sound of, and I'm saying this because I'm an amp guy. I do 100% of my work with real amplifiers, and I kept trying to, I look at the image of the cool Fender amp and the microphone on my computer.
Did you try ours?
I heard that yours was really good, but I was so disenchanted.
You haven't tried.
I mean, I sent it back to them, and I thought he'd never speak to me again. But we're on good terms. He's going to send, the new thing's great.
The Ox is cool. Yeah, the Ox is great. That's one of the really cool things that came out of Summer Dam and then this Winter Dam.
But I'm 100% amps, 100% real amps. But taking this to a composer's house and having them go crazy over this device that they have, it's hard to believe, but a lot of guys I work with, it's still new to them. So,
right. That's cool.
Yeah,
it's as an app designer, it's a little bit depressing. You work hard for years to design your amplifiers and your sound, or the sound you've created. And then everyone just buys an amp and creates a Kemper profile and returns the amp. How about that?
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Buy it, return the amp, or that's just like recently Line 6 came out with our BE100. Well, they didn't use BE100, but they called it something else. But the profile, and it sounds good. It sounds good. But where does that, in the end, in the long run, where does this leave us? It's like when the amp guys are gone, let's say, what is there left to model? I mean, you can model old amps and you can model used things and you can model all this, but there's no one designing new things anymore. It's done.
It's as bad as it is for you. We already went through that in the music business.
Yeah, of course.
When we were talking about great ideas earlier in the show, I heard an interview with one guy who was really smart about this. He said songs were a lot better when there was a potential pot of gold on the other side of the E chord. Now, when you write that song, there's no pot of gold on the other side of it. When there was, you had a whole different energy writing that song. But those of us in the music business, we had to adapt. It happened in stages, but the value of music, was reduced, and the answer is actually in the way you're living your life. You have adapted, and we have adapted. I have adapted. I have my whole social media thing and my master class that is monetized, was me looking at the next 20 years and going, okay, things are changing. How do I want this to play out for me? As a studio musician, you're going to age out anyway. I mean, there's a point where this guy who looks like this, they want a guy who looks 25 to show up and have that energy and whatever. So it happens anyway. Then you become a different animal, and you still work, but you got to share it with young guys coming up. But that would have happened anyway. But for me, the actual change in the music business, where recorded music was not something that there were budgets for anymore in the same way, I had to make a decision to adapt and change. I don't think amp makers are going to go away. You would know more about that than I do, because you know the exact numbers of what you spend and what you earn and what's.
Well, ourselves as a company are doing well. I can't say that for some of my friends.
Right. But that's the new world, and that's the same way for everybody now. You have to have an ingenuity, and you really have to adapt quickly, and you have to readapt all the time. Like with YouTube now, I have to actually keep refocusing the way I make YouTube videos just to keep my audience, because the algorithm changes and it gets more intense. You really can't. Not only do you have to change what you're doing, but you have to constantly change what you're doing. And stay on track, and that's what you're doing. The people around you are smart, and you're changing and adapting, and unless you do that, you'd say to yourself, oh, well, I changed everything 2 years ago. Well, then you're obsolete, because it keeps changing. And
right.
I mean, I talked to Tom Anderson at the show. He had the biggest year sales-wise he's ever had.
That was great.
And I talked to Paul Reed Smith. We have a breakfast every NAMM. We get together for breakfast once, and he's doing amazingly well. I mean, he almost lost his business at a certain point during the downturn, and his footprint at NAMM is much smaller. He's got a leaner, much leaner operation there, but he's back ordered on his product. So it's.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not complaining either, because I mean, we're doing quite well, and we worked hard though.
And you have a team.
And we keep trying to make new products that everyone wants, and that's the thing. And in a diversified categories.
Exactly.
It's not just one category.
Yeah.
So, because I've been around as long as I have and done as much as I have, we can branch out in different categories and stuff. And maybe that's not accepted at first, but then after a while, it's like, oh yeah, those are great. But when we first started doing guitars, it was like, why is he doing guitars? Well, I had a lot to do with, Don Gross guitars when they were around. I had a lot to do, I was around high-end, guitars from Tom Anderson days, and around all these kind of guitars, and people just didn't know the input I had on some things back a long time ago.
Well, it's something you already knew how to do, and you have a team. You have a great team. I know your team, and that's the other thing. You can't stay small in this day and age. You have to, you can't do everything yourself, and you can't stay small. You can't.
No, it's impossible. It's impossible to stay small, because what happens with the small builders is they die, because there's lack of capital, or there's lack of funding. Even if they have great ideas or the products are fantastic, the biggest fault of any small business is a lack of capital. And capital and people to people to actually make the product, or drive the product, or produce the product.
When you're small. Yeah, I have one full-time employee and 4 part-time employees on my web business, and the full-time employee edits film. He just edits film 40 hours a week, mostly. And then I actually need more editing. You know, I'm putting together more editing.
It's hard to find.
And so there's a spend on the business that is substantial, and it's every month. It's just a responsibility that you have to, if you want to do this and keep going, you have to do stuff like that. You have to look at everything. Being a musician now, you have to be an entrepreneur, and that's what we're doing. It makes me happy to adapt, but it's really scary that your adaptations have to be replaced by new adaptations very frequently. It never ends.
Never ends, man, right? You know, you gotta work hard to get what you want. You know?
Hey, let's go to some of the chat. We got a question here from Black EH. And Tim, I don't know if you were around for this, but he says, asked him about the Sunset Strip in the 80s, probably some good stories. Were you around for that?
I was.
Van Halen before.
Yeah, when I came here on vacation when I was 17, and it was such a classic story because we were walking down Sunset Boulevard looking for music. You come to LA, I want to hear some good music, and of course you're not going to hear anything good usually. I walked past this doorway and I heard this guitar, and I just started smiling, and we just walked in, whatever, I'm going into this place where I hear this guitar. And it was Van Halen 2 years before their record deal, I think. 2 years before their record came out. They had just done some demos with Gene Simmons, which is a famous thing. But they were basically a top 40 band. They did a couple of originals. Eddie was hiding all of his tapping, which was kind of a pleasure because to see him just do traditional guitar playing for a whole night was pretty great. And to see him play LaGrange and Led Zeppelin songs and all this other stuff was pretty great. It was all covers. David Lee Roth emceed a dance contest in the middle of the set. Eddie and Alex got into a fist fight at the end of the show on the stage in front of us. And then we went up and talked to Michael Anthony. It was really nice. He said they'd just done these demos, or they were going to New York to do the demos with Gene Simmons or whatever, which was the precursor to them getting the record deal. But I was overjoyed. It was just, and his tone. He had the old Marshall from the church, and he had the Explorer that had been cut up, right, and whatever that thing was.
Shark. Yeah.
It was amazing. But so then I moved to LA, I think 4 years later, and LA was on fire. I mean, there was the Starwood and then all the clubs on the Sunset Strip. And when I first moved here, I didn't want to spend money, so I would literally go and stand outside these places and listen to the music. It was like, this is how I'm gonna, learn to do this. I'm going to listen, because I didn't want to pay the cover charge, 5 times a night or whatever. And I didn't have any money, so. But the thing for me was, I was never the guy. I never had the image to be in one of the bands. My roommate was playing with Greg Giuffria and Angel, and I had other friends who were in big rock bands and stuff. But I was more, luckily New Wave was a big force too, and I was more on that side of things. The stories, there were, I remember in the 80s, Rick, we played at the Universal Amphitheater for 5 nights in a row, and Rick got us each our own chauffeured limousines each night, and I was famous because I kept my limousine waiting out in front of, I ended up at the keyboard player in REO Speedwagon's house all night with a bunch of people, and I kept my driver in my limousine waiting until dawn, which was a very expensive bill for Rick to pay.
You're like, okay, well, yeah, I got a car.
Yeah, there were a lot of fun things. I mean, I have pictures in my photo album of a sea of girls carrying us, well, like to the bus.
Part alone had to be some. You did how many tours?
Well, I did 4 tours with him.
4 tours. So
yeah,
that alone has to be some epic stories.
Yeah, there were great things that happen for other people. I always made friends with women. So when you make friends with women, that's all that happens. So I wasn't really a player, but there were guys who really had stuff going on in every single day in every city. You know, it was pretty amazing. Yeah. That was
Certain
crew
mania
with Rick that time, right? Yeah. Yeah.
like crazy.
It's fun to watch.
So, speaking of Rick, Joe Millo had a question. He says, thanks for bringing Tim on. Sure. He said, thanks for bringing Tim on the show. It would be great to know which one or two songs from your Rick Springfield days contain your favorite guitar work and why you feel that way.
I think the entire record of Living in Oz, there's I think 7 guitar solos on that record, and I was intensely proud of each one. We crafted them together. We got great tones. Funnily enough, Rick just released a new record, and on his new record, I played more lead guitar on his new record than any record I've ever done with Rick. The record's something about a snake or something, or what, I forget what it's called. But if you get his brand new record, you can listen to it on Spotify. I played more lead guitar on that than even on Living in Oz. But to answer your question specifically, it's the Living in Oz record. Every song, those guitar solos, and even some of the rhythm guitars, were my best moments with him.
That's great. Okay. Now I know we had some other questions here, and let's see. Oh, did you use any load boxes? I know you mentioned you're getting the yachts. Are there any load boxes or IRs that you particularly like?
I haven't done that yet. I mean, I really have to go back to the concept that, because I do most of my work now in this studio, and I did a record with Ann Wilson from Heart last week, who went down to the Village. Yeah, and it was the original producer, Mike Flicker, and her band, her guitar player is great. Loved him. I used amps for that. I use amps at home. I haven't entered that world yet. God, that's kind of nice Fender amps. 2 nice Fender amps. What do they belong to? So no, not yet.
It does. Yeah, it's got a Super and a Vibra Lux, it looks like.
Yeah. So for me, it's still real amps all the way.
I gotcha.
I'm happy to me, the Kemper is like, I used to get one really good sound out of the Pod, and it was kind of their matchless sound, and the Kemper is, just an amazing thing to carry into somebody else's, session for a quick thing.
Right. So John Sims has a question. Any Patti Smith stories?
You're talking about Patti Smythe.
Oh, Patti Smythe, okay.
Yeah, she was the singer in Scandal, and I did a great record with her. But no, that's just professional musicians just making music. I hate to disappoint you, but yeah.
Julian CH, question from Tim. What's your favorite pedal for high gain?
I like the Dunlop EVH pedal. I carry that around with me. I really like it.
It's a good pedal.
I have to get you one of mine.
You're right. I would probably like it better. You know what happens? It's just we're all so busy. I mean, I still do sessions almost every day, and then I have this. I'm making videos for YouTube and Instagram and for my website. We're all so busy that it's like we don't have time anymore to go check stuff out. I mean, you work, your office, you and Pete, you're about 10 miles away from me.
Yeah, you can't get over here.
It's like modern
It's like
life.
what? What is that, like 3 hours away?
Well, actually, a couple miles away, it could be 3 hours,
Yeah, no, it's about a half hour. That's generally about a half hour.
Gotcha. Hey Tim, I'm gonna send you over a bunch of pedals. How's that?
Okay, all right. See, that's why my
That's your
house,
house.
my
Just
trick.
Go up.
Yeah, good.
You can just check them out.
Okay.
Yeah, because the BEOD has a special. Definitely, it sounds. It's different than the EVH 5150 pedal, but they both have similar flavors of high gain.
Sort of has a more high gain Marshall sort of character to it than
Yeah.
I want it. I definitely want it.
Yeah, I've got them both. They're both really good flavors. Matt Harrison has a question for Tim. Have you ever worked with Butch Vig?
Your bathroom needs Febreze small spaces. The always-on odor-fighting air freshener you set and forget. No outlets used, no batteries needed, no effort required. So your bathroom stays continuously fresh for 45 days. That's the power of Febreze small spaces.
I have. It was for a new artist, a very pretty young woman, and her name was Jessie. I can't think of her last name. But what really a perfect gentleman. I'm trying to think. At the time I worked with him, Garbage was really a big band, and really a thoughtful, nice guy. I don't know if there's anything. I really wish I had worked with him again after that, but.
Butch is a great guy.
Yeah, I mean, he went on after that to do. Didn't he kind of just work with the Foo Fighters a ton after that?
He produced a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
Well, he did that Wasted Light album with the Foo Fighters.
And he's one of those producers that usually, he's a guy, and there's several of these guys out there, they actually never really needed studio guitar players because they always were able to pull together guitarists from the band situations that were great. There were other producers that would hire studio musicians 100% of the time, but he would generally pull his musicians from bands. Like for him, rather than hiring a studio musician, he would get, somebody like some famous guitar player to do him a favor, whatever,
Yeah.
Gotcha. So what did you do with Butch Vig? Just out of curiosity.
No, it was. I can't think of her last name. It was. Her name
Oh, it was with
You are.
girl.
Yeah.
I got you. Sorry about that. What was so Timothy Pierce has a question for Tim Pierce.
Nice to meet you, Timothy. Finally.
There we go. What was your hardest session? Or most
Shakira.
challenging?
Shakira.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if you talk to musicians and producers and engineers and even
Everyone who ever
administrative,
worked for her.
administrative travel agents, everybody, it
Really?
was.
This is true.
It was. I did her first English-speaking record, which it may still be her biggest selling record.
Right.
Called Laundry Service, and she flew me and Paul Bushnell and Abe Jr. to Miami, and I met Lester Mendez there. So I ended up being on a Santana record after that because of Lester Mendez. So something good came out of it. But I sat there with her for 10 days, and she never really liked anything I did. Or maybe she did. I don't know. And the hours were brutal because we would get there at 11 and we work with the songwriters. She'd show up in the afternoon and we'd work from like 11 a.m. to 4 a.m. or something,
Oh, Jesus.
And it was at to a point where I was doing and leaving my mistakes because I was sure from her demeanor that she was going to replace everything I did. And you know what happened? She got used to her rough mixes, and she kept everything I did. Everything.
Even the mistakes.
Yeah, and they got fixed or buried or whatever. I don't know. I just, the kind of thing I was just like, well, I'd rather do that over, but I'm not gonna because let's just get through this. I'll tell you this. It was so bad that if it had been LA, I would have walked up to her on the second day and I would have said, "You have hired the wrong guitar player. Let's find you the right guy. Get him in here." And I would have had, I would have had her get Rusty or somebody in there.
Right.
But she's the one who's famous. I mean, Matt Chamberlain just drove away from a session of hers in Vancouver. If you talk to musicians, it's really common. I mean, Pat Leonard went to work with her, and I think she made him wait for a day. And then Glenn Ballard went to work with her, and he got so nervous that he couldn't play his keyboard. I mean, it's tough, and I'm sure she will never listen to this. Will never get.
No, yeah, never get her.
It's a different world.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, I don't think Shakira. This isn't the demographic for Shakira.
Well, it's like talking to people who used to work for Prince. There's been a long history of Prince tech firings. You're going to get fired if you go to work for Prince. You will be fired.
You will be fired.
You will be fired eventually.
I'll be right back, guys.
Eventually you will be fired, and God knows why.
Yeah, some of these people are very, very tough, and it's about. I always found it's 50-50. I mean, some artists are just really, really not nice, and then others are so nice you can hardly believe it.
Well, you worked with Don Henley, right?
I did, yeah.
And how was that?
Well, that's closer to home because there's still. I mean, there's still work. Well, the thing is, I know people who work with them and who have worked with them, and so I would be a little more diplomatic, but I don't know that I would talk out of school. Let me just see if I can think.
That's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, it's true.
A lot of people have not gotten along with Don very well.
It's true. Here's a good story that'll tell you the culture of. This will tell it like it is without directing it totally at him. In the year 2000, I did a tour with Linda Ronstadt, and the culmination of that tour was the giant concert at Staples Center. I don't know if you remember the year 2000, but that's when everything was supposed to break because it was.
I vaguely remember that. Yeah. It was yesterday, actually, but.
Yeah.
Y2K.
So I was part of this huge LA gig at the Staples Center, New Year's Eve, the year 2000. Okay. And we opened with Linda Ronstadt, then it was Jackson Browne, and then it was the Eagles. Okay. And a huge gig, great ground, every band had the greatest gig of their lives that night and got paid the most because it was the ultimate, it was the year 2000.
Right.
Yeah. And my stage pass had a yellow dot on it, and the security was so intense that it was a photo ID'd stage pass. I went to a photo booth, and my picture was on my stage pass.
Right.
The Eagles had set it up so that my